Mr. Venkatesan?
Yeah, no changes. All the participants will join. I hope so. I will send you the updated program schedule.
You're sending via email, are you?
No, I will send you updated in WhatsApp. In your WhatsApp, I'm sending you Twitter.
Oh, okay. So I had a problem with my email
Okay,
sending out the new link.
I see.
But anyway, let's hope everyone who wants to join can join. Bante Silabimala, I confirmed with him he is joining at 2 p.m. our time, UK time. So at the valedictory session as planned. Okay.
Okay.
So he will be at the London Buddhist Vihara. I'm at home speaking, but I did ask him whether he wanted me to come to help him, and he said he's happy with his arrangements.
So now people are joining. I'm admitting them.
Right.
Overall, yesterday's program was nice. I think we had a good paper readers and discussion.
Yes, I think so. I think we can obviously improve things, but we can do that the next time.
Hello.
Hello, Rajesh.
Hello.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I hope they are not going to disturb us today.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a more private link. So
yesterday what happened when Sir Hume joined? After that, this attacking started, and whenever he joined, the attackers, disturbed. So,
oh dear.
Yeah, I don't know because with his name, I found some Russian, names like that. And I
Right.
thought
So
that,
sometimes these people are called Zoom bombers.
yeah.
And they do hack into certain people's Zoom accounts. So I'm not sure how that works. One of the trustees of the Anagarika Dhammapala Trust tuned in yesterday.
Okay. तो डॉक्टर विवेक, आप जम्मू से हैं? डॉक्टर विवेक, आप सुन पा रहे हैं? कैन यू हियर मी? Dr. Vivek, can you hear me?
So I'm Prasantalal. I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. joining us.
Good evening, sir.
Evening.
Good evening, Amma, sir.
Good. It's morning for me, but good evening to you. Thank you.
It's morning for you. Okay, I said good morning. Okay.
So I think better we should use Ayu Bhavana like that, or Manglava, or Namaskar.
Yes, yes. Namo Buddhaya, Namaste. Yeah. Hope today the Zoom bombing will not happen.
Yeah. I think
Indeed.
everything will go well.
The chanting is set up, right?
No, I don't think so. Today we will supposed to go for chanting. We will start our program directly, though the Mangalacharana is mentioned there. And or otherwise, shall we do the chanting together? Or Amal, you can do the chanting?
No, I can't do the chanting. So I don't know if someone else can lead on that. I don't know.
Anyone here? Nathisa, you can?
Yes, chanting up to the 5 precepts.
Yeah, it's okay, whatever. We should start with your chanting. So
Okay,
I think
sure.
though we reach the time, but I think better we should wait for 5 minutes more. Let the people join.
Oh, I'm co-host now, so that's good.
Yeah.
If you could text me Hoon Magule's phone number.
Okay.
He hasn't joined yet.
Actually, I reminded him in the a few minutes before, and he said that he will join. So that's why.
And you're recording this session as well. Am I right?
Yeah, I will start recording. I think on YouTube also. This session is on YouTube, so we will get the YouTube link.
He's joining.
Yeah, join.
Yeah, he's joining it.
Yeah. Welcome, Professor Yoon. Sorry for this yesterday's interruption.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I don't know what happened yesterday. I think for some reason my connection was confused or something happened. I don't know. I apologize for that.
No issue. No issue. So shall we start now, Amal?
Yes, if everyone is okay, and Latisha, you're okay with the chanting?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So
Perfect.
welcome to all of you to the second day of our international seminar on Buddhist jurisprudence, organized by the Mahabodhi Society of India. And now I would like to request Ms. Latisa from Sri Lanka for the chanting, Buddhist chanting.
Namo Buddhaya. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dhammam saranam gacchāmi. Sangham saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi dhammam saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi sangham saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi dhammam saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi sangham saranam gacchāmi. Pāṇātiපාතා vēramaṇī sikkāpadam samādhiyāmi. Adinādānā vēramaṇī sikkāpadam samādhiyāmi. Kāmesu miccāචārā vēramaṇī sikkāpadam samādhiyāmi. Musāvādā vēramaṇī sikkāpadam samādhiyāmi. Surāmēra maccapamā daṭṭānā vēramaṇī sikkāpadam samādhiyāmi. Namo Buddhaya.
With this auspicious chanting, we are going to start our program. And again, I request Mr. Amal Abhavardhane ji from British Mahabodhi Society, London, to chair the session. Our session chairperson, chair lady, Dr. Eranga Pereira is sick, so I requested him again to chair the session. And in order to start the program, I would like to request Professor Hyun Margulis from USA to read out his paper first. Actually, yesterday he was supposed to read out his paper, but due to some attackers, bombers, we just missed his lecture. So let me allow to introduce Professor Dr. Hyun Margulis. He is a very renowned scholar and poet, known for his work on the intersections between Martin Buber's dialogical philosophy and certain aspects of Jain Buddhism. He holds a PhD from Columbia University and MA in philosophy from Fordham University and MSc in urbanism from Hunter College, USA. All these three universities and colleges are, I think, from USA. Margulis' actively contributes to academia and intellectual discourses, serving as a member of the editorial board for Mumbai University's Philosophical Journal. He is also an accomplished author, having penned Will and Grace, Meditation on the Dialogical Philosophy of Martin Buber. So with this brief introduction of Dr. Hyun Margulis, I would like to request him to start the session. And I also would like to request our chairperson to speak few words, if you like, to begin this program. So,
Thank you, Ujjwal. Thank you for welcoming me today as well to this very important conference on Buddhist jurisprudence hosted by the Mahabodhi Society of India in collaboration with the British Mahabodhi Society here in London. I thought yesterday's sessions was extremely enlightening. We had a good range of speakers, and we will be continuing with that thread of Buddhist jurisprudence today. And I'd like to now call upon Hyun Margiles, please, to kindly deliver the first of the academic session today.
1 minute, Dr. Hyun. I
Yes.
also would like to welcome our President of the Mahabodhi Society of India, Dr. Mahen Singh Ji. He has joined us today. So I welcome him on behalf of the Mahabodhi Society and all the participants. Thank you. Yes, Professor Hyun, please go ahead.
I'm very honored to have been invited to speak. Again, I'd like to apologize for whatever technical difficulties I had yesterday with my account, but I'm glad I'm back. And I like to speak about what I call the unified spiritual field, which is, in my opinion, one of the most significant concepts behind the philosophy of Buddhism as it applies to restorative justice and jurisprudence as a whole. I believe I should read, I'm going to only read a portion of it because it should be within a certain limit of time. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I think you're free to extend the time as you see fit.
Thank you. So I want to quote, to start, the famous words of the late Desmond Tutu, when he said that we have to seek to restore a relationship. We have to heal the relationship. He said we seek restorative justice, not a retributive justice. The key in here is to focus on the relationship. And for that reason, my work brings into a highlight the connection between the philosophy of Martin Buber, philosopher that developed the philosophy of dialogue, and some aspect of Zen Buddhism as they apply to the issue of jurisprudence. And I'm going to read a portion of it. We live in a world that seems to be broken. And it has been so since the dawn of history. Crime, violence, hostility, conflict, war, and hatred has been woven into the fabric of life in society in ways that seems to be intractable. Some of the solutions that have been envisioned to deal with and confront this brokenness seem to actually have resulted in the furtherance and even augmentation of suffering. Punishment and revenge beget only more punishment and more regret, more revenge. There's an urgent need to engage in a new approach to help repair the brokenness and to heal the suffering. This new approach is actually a very old one, but one that has not yet been given the opportunity to be fully implemented and flourish. The Buddha's teachings permeates the doctrine of restorative justice. And it is this doctrine that must be brought to the forefront of society's struggles to repair and to heal. Without repairing and healing, there will be no end to the seemingly permanent cycle of social and personal vexations. In this regard, the teachings of socially engaged Buddhism are a definite distillation of the age-old Buddhist tradition that emphasizes the need to actualize Dharma teachings in practices of social redress. Or perhaps we could say that it is essential to warn practitioners against the de-emphasizing of the social engagement aspects of the Buddha Dharma. Restorative justice is one of the paramount methods for a Buddhism that is determined to transform society into a more humane and more deeply compassionate system of healing relationships. In other words, restorative justice is a step in the creating of a dharmic society. A correct understanding of the Buddha's teachings rejects the false duality between the realm of the spiritual and the realm of the social, the realm of the spiritual practice and the realm of the social engagement. Both realms, the spirit and the social, are a unified field of practice. They are one and the same. The realms of the inner and the outer, the individual and the communal, the mind and the world are all one and the same. Therefore, in order to liberate our minds, we must liberate the social and natural environments. And at the same time, in order to liberate the social and natural environments, we must liberate the mind. Our inner world is not separate and apart from the outer world, as there is no dharmic distinction that allows for the separation of the human mind from the human relationships with the social, natural, and living realms of existence. All sentient and insentient beings are dharma, and all together constitute the indivisible body of the Buddha. The emphasis placed by some schools of Buddhism on a Buddha's pure land on earth clearly underscores the unique redemptory content embedded in Buddhist practice. From this, we learned that a dharma that does not work toward the creation of a dharmic society will not create dharmic individuals. And conversely, without dharmic individuals, we cannot create a dharmic society. Neither practice, the individual and the social, precedes nor follows the other. Both are our care for the one body of the Buddha. So we can ask, if all the earth is the Buddha's land and our true nature is Buddha's mind, why is there still suffering in the world? Therefore, we know that the fact of suffering in the world requires that the Buddhist practitioner bring to light to all beings and help them dispel the samsaric darkness that blinds their ability to see the beauty of the soil on which we all stand. But the challenges are many and many complex. So it is in error to understand core Buddhist concepts such as suffering and the cessation of suffering, non-attachment, no self, impermanence, karma, and even non-violence as being only psychological interpretations. That is the tendency in the West for the most part. The original Buddhist intent is to overcome dukkha in the mind and in the world. In the world through the mind, and the mind through the world. To correctly understand the conditions of suffering and vexations in the world, we must expand our understanding of Buddhism to incorporate the social actualization of the Buddha Dharma. For this purpose, we need to contemplate the meaning of the Buddhist practices of metta and karuna. Metta and karuna cannot be separated from one another, for each separate is devoid of dharmic relevance. For we should know that compassion is primarily a deed that we do, not only an emotion we feel. And for that reason, the Buddha taught that we must actively avoid certain deeds and engage in others. Metta, that is loving kindness, must be cultivated together with corresponding deeds of compassion. And karuna, that is deeds of compassion, must be cultivated together with the mind of metta. The root of the word karuna, K-R, the term in Sanskrit, means action or deeds. That is, compassion is a deed we do. And furthermore, it's interesting to compare that in Western philosophy, we speak of concepts, ideas, logical discourses. But in Buddhist teachings, a concept must translate as a practice. That is to say, as a deed we do. Every concept in Buddhism must have a corresponding deed. Even so, not every deed necessarily possesses a corresponding concept to describe it or explain it. Within this context of foundational Buddhist teachings, we should examine Buddhist approaches to matters of justice. Buddhism offers both a proper conceptual foundation for effective and humane legal approaches, together, and this is the crucial point, with a practice that helps make these concepts a living reality. A Buddhist approach to restorative justice will be rooted in the core principles of Buddhism, emphasizing compassion, non-harm, mindfulness, and the interconnectedness of all beings. Such an approach focuses on healing the harm caused by crime or conflict, fostering reconciliation, and promoting personal and societal transformation, not necessarily only to punish the offender. A Buddhist approach involves bringing together the victim, the offender, and the community to actively participate in the resolution of the conflicts process. Buddhism can be helpful for restorative justice in several ways, as its teachings and practices align with many principles of restorative justice, as just mentioned. There are key elements of the Buddhist approach that we must mention that entail and have an influence on the concept of restorative justice. The first is compassion and empathy. Compassion and empathy are basic ideas of Buddhism. There's no Buddhism without the concept of compassion or empathy. And compassion is a deed that we do. The other concept is ahimsa, non-harm and non-violence. And this is very important. This is very important. Buddhism is against violence. It may not be a pacifist religion, but it's a religion that rejects violence and rejects harm to other living beings. Buddhism also calls for responsibility and accountability, and calls for and teaches mindfulness and self-reflection. Mindfulness practices should be integrated into restorative justice to help participants in the process become more aware of the thoughts, emotions, and motivations. Buddhism also emphasizes dialogue and communication, open and honest communication, which is an important part of creating a safe space for meaningful healing. We can also speak of forgiveness and reconciliation. And this is the crucial point. A Buddhist approach to restorative justice involves the broader community in the healing process. For we must look at the root causes of suffering. Buddhism recognizes that individual actions are often influenced by broader societal and systemic factors. Restorative justice in a Buddhist context will seek to address these underlying causes and work toward a systemic change to prevent future harm. The ultimate aim of a Buddhist approach to restorative justice is to restore harmony and balance within individuals and the community. Instead of focusing solely on punitive measures, a Buddhist approach to restorative justice would prioritize the rehabilitation and transformation of offenders, providing opportunities for personal growth and change. And this is where I like to introduce the philosopher Martin Buber in the context of Buddhism. If we examine the Buddhist teachings that are of conceptual and practical relevance to issues of restorative justice, one important teaching that emerges from the West and it espouses values found in Buddhist teachings, is the dialogical philosophy of Martin Buber, from the word dialogue, which in Latin it means dia means two, logos means conversation or presence, the presence of two. I argue that Buber's philosophy espouses and reflects deep dharmic insights. In Buber's magnum opus, his most important book, called I and Thou, was written in 1927, Buber first established the essential distinction between two different types of engagements between humans and with nature. He called one I and thou, and the other I and it. I-thou is the mode of relationship whereby each person is a subject rather than an object. I-it is not a relationship, but it's an interaction in which every other person is an object rather than a subject. I-thou is a dharmic relationship in which you recognize each other's Buddha nature, while the I-it is akin to a samsaric interaction, where we use and manipulate other people for our own purposes. Capitalism, which is part of the discussion on restorative justice, is the embodiment of the I and it mode of interaction. In capitalism, every individual and every part of nature has a monetary value and an exchange value. As discussed above, in Buddhism, the relational principle of I and thou is the same thing that we call dependent co-arising, whereby all that lives emerges and depends on all that lives. Everyone and everything is born to life only in relationship with other living things. The late Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh said, about 30 years ago, I was looking for an English word to describe our deep interconnection with everything else. I liked the word togetherness, but I finally came up with the word interbeing. The verb to be can be misleading because we cannot be by ourselves alone. To be is always to interbe. If we combine the prefix inter with the word to be, we have a new verb, interbe. To interbe, and the action of interbeing reflects reality from a Buddhist point of view more accurately. We inter-are with one another in all of life. Buber's dialogical perspective is the same as Han's. Buber says, I can only manifest my true nature through a Tao. The I, apart from the Tao, is only a delusion. Human behaviors and the nature of all beings give rise to human behaviors and to other beings in a change of unbreakable interdependence. Nothing exists in isolation. And from a Buddhist perspective, we understand that interbeing is an action, is a deed we do. It's not only a philosophical proposition concerning the place and role of other beings in our lives. Interbeing entails practicing the deeds of metta and karuna as one unified field of practice. In terms of activities we must avoid if we want to practice the Dharma, there is a clear and unambiguous incompatibility between the practices of Buddhism and an unrestrained economic capitalism. Capitalism cannot provide a conceptual and practical basis for a compassionate approach to issues concerned with restorative justice. The Buddha Dharma's perspective challenges the social system of capitalism, not necessarily on strict economic terms, but essentially on spiritual and existential considerations. Capitalism's purpose and methodology is the creation of capital, and for that purpose, the system makes it imperative for every being on earth, sentient and insentient, and especially every human being with its talents, to be monetized and traded as would any other merchandise or commodity. In other words, in capitalism, all life is a tradable commodity, and in order to be successful, the system must create and generate a never-ending succession of new needs and artificial desires. These characteristics of capitalism represent the opposite of the teachings of the Buddha. The citizen of capitalism is the consumer, while the citizen of the Buddha's land is the empty-handed. The fourth of the Buddha's noble truths is the Eightfold Path to Liberation, and from these 8 paths, we can single out the Buddha's call to pursue a right livelihood. Examining, therefore, the teaching of right livelihood, it seems clear that the practices that the Buddha encouraged for the actualization of inner and outer liberation require the creation of a society structured along the lines of what could be referred to as Dhammic socialism. These are the words of very common in Theravada Buddhism. Buddhadasa Bhikkhu calls Dharmic socialism. The specific types of work the Buddha deemed to be wrong all share one underlying characteristic. They are not compatible with life understood as a dharmic practice. From having to being, there is a narrow bridge with precarious floors. The Buddha Dharma teaches that greed, being the fuel of capitalism, ought to be cleansed away from the mind. The basic teachings of Buddhism in regards to right livelihood and non-attachment, when taken to their ultimate essential consequences, can only be actualized within the context of a non-consumerist pursuing society. This is so for the physical and mental pursuits of wealth, with a subsequent psychological attachment to the objects of wealth, be those material or psychological, and the engagement in competitive and often antagonistic struggles for the procurement and preservation contradict and deny the most fundamental principle of the Buddhist teachings on the topics of right livelihood, detachment, non-violence, non-grasping, emptiness, and inner liberation. These teachings are not incidental to Buddhism, but rather constitute the very essence of the Buddhist Eightfold Path system. Non-attachment is not just an exercise of the mind. It must become a way of life and needs to be embodied in realization. I would like to conclude, if I may, by saying this. The Dharma is a whole being way of life, and not just a series of mantras or meditations on a cushion. Everything is Dharma, and therefore it cannot be compartmentalized without dissolving its entire body. The great Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar was one of the most genial Buddhist thinkers and practitioners engaged in the dharmic struggle for a just and free society. There are a few ways in which Ambedkar's philosophy can be connected to restorative justice principles. He struggled for the empowerment of marginalized communities. Ambedkar fought for the rights and empowerment of the Dalit community, aiming to lift them out of social oppression and discrimination. Restorative justice also emphasizes empowering marginalized groups by giving them a voice in the justice process and recognizing also their needs and perspectives. A recognition of victims' rights is something that Ambedkar stood for. Restorative justice focuses on acknowledging and addressing the needs of the victims, which aligns with Ambedkar's effort to ensure justice and protection for the oppressed parts of society. And we have to look at social transformation through dialogue, because restorative justice encourages open and dialogue between victim and offenders. It's an I and thou relationship that must be encouraged, allowing them to understand each other's experiences and perspectives. We have to focus on rehabilitation and the integration of the marginalized communities back into society. Ambedkar's views were more similar to those of the Reverend Martin Luther King, in that both of them rejected the meaningless and immoral concept of a compassionate oppressor. In other words, the goal is not to demand improved conditions for the Dalits and the oppressed, but as the biblical Moses did before them, the Dharmic goal is to attain the irrevocable abolition of the system of oppression in its entirety. And Ambedkar identified Buddhism as the system of freedom and justice for all. The goal should not be to just become more charitable, but to create a society where the need for charity will no longer arise. So Ambedkar created a system called Navayana, which is a somewhat modified understanding of Buddhism, as it deals with issues of pertinence in contemporary Indian context. And Ambedkar spoke of the Buddha Dharma as a marga datta, not a moksha datta. That is to say, Buddhism is a way or a path to salvation. Therefore, unless its practice leads to a dharmic society, it will not, in itself, confer salvation. Ambedkar defined his dharmic society with the following terms. My social philosophy must be said to be enshrined in 3 words: liberty, equality, and fraternity. My philosophy has roots in religion and not in political science. I have derived them from the teachings of my master, the Buddha. Democracy is not merely a form of government, it's primarily a form of being associated with other people. Also, the Dalai Lama, as a spiritual teacher, holds similar insights into socialism. Martin Buber spoke of religious socialism, and this is what the Dalai Lama was saying when he said that he was half Buddhist and half Marxist. He was not a Marxist in the political sense of the word, only in the spiritual sense of the word. In conclusion, we can say that the Buddha Dharma is actualized in the manner of enlightened relationships with one another and with all beings. There can be no personal enlightenment if it does not manifest as a way of relationship in society and with nature. Therefore, the Chinese Zen master Shen Yang said that he said the following things. How does one attain Buddhahood? The body-mind comes first. But what is the body-mind? It's first to benefit others. In other words, there is no dharmic distinction between I and thou. We actualize our Buddha nature within the context of a dharmic society. And as seen through this discussion, all the elements that characterize the process of restorative justice are in one way or another underlined in the basic relational principles of the Buddha's teaching. Metta and Karuna are the foundations of justice, and it is in this area that Buddhism can and ought to have a fruitful impact in society as a whole. In the words of the Dalai Lama, the planet does not need more successful people. The planet desperately needs more peacemakers, healers, restorers, storytellers, and lovers of all kinds. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Yoon, for the very enlightening talk on the spirit and social realms as the body of the Buddha, insights into wisdom teachings in socially engaged Buddhism. Thank you so much. We will be, I hope you can stay throughout the academic session.
Yes.
And listen to the other speakers that we have, and then perhaps you can also join in answering some questions and discussing matters that arise with the other co-hosts, other co-speakers.
Yes, sir.
I'm delighted that Colonel Nalin Herat is due to be our next speaker. I wonder if you could ask him to switch on his video, please. Oh, is he already there?
Colonel Nalin?
Yes, sir.
If you could switch on your video, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch on, so I think something wrong with my video settings.
Just try. We can wait for a few minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to have a virtual background. I think that's where something went wrong.
Or it's okay. You can start your presentation. We can hear you. But
Oh,
before
yes,
that,
sir.
you just try. In the meanwhile, I will introduce
Yes,
you
yes.
to our the participant and audience.
Yes, sir.
So I'm happy to introduce Colonel Nalin Herat. He is a commissioned officer in the Sri Lankan Army with over 29 years of active service. Active service in various capacities. He is qualified in master's degree in management at Sir John Kotelwala Defence University and postgraduate diploma in human rights at University of Colombo. Postgraduate diploma in strategic defense management at Sir John Kotelwala Defence University. Colonel Nalil has 25 years of experience at a top managerial level in the army and 1 year of work experience with the United Nations in Morocco as a military staff officer. So I welcome you, Colonel, for your kind presentation. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction, sir. I hope the slides are visible.
Yeah, we can see your slide. That's good. Please go ahead.
They are. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I am going to talk about, good evening, everyone. I am going to talk about community restorative justice through 5 precepts. And give me a second. So first of all, let me give some kind of introduction for this subject. So basically, restorative justice recognizes the conflict or harm and repairs the damage. It can be physical or relational. So as much as possible, and creates future accountability plans and agreements that will prevent the same thing from happening again. So these principles guide our actions in response to wrongdoing, misbehavior, and conflict, and in our response to them. So this is very important when it comes to the soldier. So soldier is always engaged with the warfare. So when he's actively engaged with the warfare, so it's very decision making, and it involves with a lot of decision making, leadership role, lot of actions, and there are certain things to be controlled and governed. The key principles underlying restorative practices include the focus on repair, participation, taking responsibility, transformation of the root causes, and the social integration. So at the latter part, I will explain how Sri Lankan military did this practically when it comes to the rebels. So Buddha probably would be a huge proponent of restorative justice. And Buddhism recognizes we are interconnected and promotes compassion and nonviolence. And it provides participatory practices that respect individuals and allows them to learn for themselves what they need to heal. And I like to take all your ladies and gentlemen's attention. When Hamas initiated the attack last month, one of their allegation was their ill treatment of the POW detainees by the Israeli security forces. Here I am not going to be find fault with any Israel military forces action, but only thing that was one of the accusations. So learning purpose, I would like to bring out that allegation also. The effects of conflicts are far-reaching, from its direct cost in human lives to undermining economies, destabilized government, damaging infrastructure. So when it comes to today context, today warfare, so at the moment the world is engaging world is already engaged with two conflicts, that is Ukraine-Russia conflict and Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza. So here, if we consider both the situations, we can see a lot of infrastructure damages and the civilian casualties. And disrupting social service delivery and provoking mass displacement of people. Today, in this context, even there are active battles happening, that is in Ukraine, and another one is Gaza. And in the meantime, there were some other internal conflicts also going on, like if we take a country like Sudan and Syria and Libya. And I think we witnessed how it was really affected for the civilians of the Sudan when the conflict was initiated in Sudan a few months back. So restorative justice can be important for the community. It can resolve conflicts and prevent them from becoming crimes. For example, it could be used for antisocial behavior or neighbor disputes. The restorative practice allows people to see the consequences of their actions on the community. So restorative approaches are based on 4 key features, and I would like to take the first one, that is respect for everyone by listening to other opinions and learning to value them. And so here, I think I really appreciate the at the moment the currently ongoing humanitarian truce in Gaza. So it's a kind of actions from both the sides. So kind of respect for their whatever the requirements or demands. So Hamas also trying to respect, and Israel also trying to respect, and exchanging their captives and the detainees. So respect is very important, and it was found that Hamas had treated all these captives well, and they are in a healthy condition. And responsibility, taking responsibility for your own actions. So this is also very important. So taking responsibility, the actions happening in the battleground or battlefield. The repair, developing the skills within our school community so that its individual members have the necessary skills to identify solutions that repair harm and ensure behaviors are not repeated. And reintegration, working through a structured, supportive process that aims to solve the problems and allows young people to remain in mainstream education while also achieving all of the above. So reintegration is also very important. So Buddhist teachings emphasize nonviolence, compassion, loving kindness, and spiritual friendship. And now I will elaborate about the 5 precepts and restorative justice. So we know that Buddha taught us that ethics is the foundation for all of the good qualities we can develop in the mind. And by following 5 basic training rules, we can eliminate worry and regret that disturbs our meditation. So we avoid all the unpleasant results of unwholesome actions. So there are 5 basic ethical rules the Buddha asked his lay disciples to follow. The first one is Panatipata Veramani, Siksa Padan Samadhyami. I observe the precept of abstaining from killing living beings. This means not intentionally causing the death of any living being. So here, when it comes to a soldier, here soldier is when he is actively engaging in the battlefield, his mindset is he doesn't know who is killing actually, who is shooting or whatever, who is you are fighting with. So you are just fighting and abided by the basic rules. And but if you are trying to kill a captive POW or detainee, then you are going to commit a crime here. This is what I feel. And second one is I observe the precept of abstaining from stealing.
Sir, may I
नहीं वो तो कर
This
दिया
means
not
not
prepared
taking
अच्छा
things that
वो
do
चल
not belong to us, and not taking things that do not belong to us. And here, normally, what we train our soldiers when we teach them, especially international humanitarian law, and we teach them not to, do not do looting, and that is very. We say that. If you, Excellencies, if you apologize me, I'm just getting a call from Defense Secretary. Can I answer it?
Yes, please go ahead.
And sorry for the interruptions. And normally we teach them not to steal or not to looting, not to do any looting. And normally we don't encourage soldiers to steal from the civilians, whatever their properties. And some cases, with the authority of higher command or higher command structure, sometimes what we do, with the agreement of the higher command. So sometimes we can use enemy properties, not for personal usage, but for the common usage. So, and here we do, then we find that here we don't there is no any involvement of the looting. And so third one is, I observe the precept of abstaining from sexual misconduct. This means not having sex with people we are not married to and with people against their will. And normally we advised and we train them, especially not to do any this kind of sexual crimes or any other crimes. And here, normally, if we see some conflicts like Russia and Ukraine, we saw that there were a number of cases, number of sex crime cases. And what happened, some Russian soldiers, with the consent of the higher command, they had done a lot of rapings against Ukrainian women. And if we take Sri Lankan context, we also fought a 3 decades of battle, and there is no any allegation for any raping or any sexual misconduct, because they are what happened, as commanders. We really made sure that nothing such kind of incident not to happen. And we were really behind the soldiers and we trained them. And in the meantime, we got a lot of involvement of the monks. We used to get down monks to our operational areas, and they started doing Sherman, and they explain about these things. That was also helpful to motivate and be with the cause for our soldiers. And the fourth precept is, I observe the precept of abstaining from telling lies. This means saying what is true at the proper time. And here, I think we should not confuse with the ruses of war. Ruses of war is accepted in the international law. Ruses of war is, we are just doing it from different parties to get the tactical advantage within the law. The last one is, I observe the precept of abstaining from using intoxicating drinks and drugs. By following this precept, we are committed to having a clear mind at all times. Here, normally, during the conduct of operations, we don't consume alcohol, and we don't even we don't allow soldiers to consume alcohols or any other harmful drugs. Because if somebody is engaging with the any battlefield act with the intoxication, because he can't take a balanced decision. Five precepts are moral guides that all Buddhists try to follow in order to minimize desires and reach enlightenment. The first precept is to avoid killing or harming living beings. The first of these precepts is to abstain from taking life. Killing or harming human being is therefore clearly problematic for Buddhists. Because of this, some Buddhists would not rise to an attack or to any conflict with violence. In times of war, Buddhists must show compassion and help all living beings. And we practically did it with our soldiers. They must abandon any fight that crosses their path. And I would like to take one example during our conduct of warfare. During the at the latter part of our humanitarian operations, we conducted to liberate 300,000 civilians from the no-fire zone. One time we had not anticipated, we received 80,000 civilians per day. And we could not feed them because we had not anticipated that number of civilians. So there what happened, without any directions or without any command from the higher command, our soldiers willingly gave their packet of meal, which was provided from the military. They gave it to the civilians. It came from their bottom of the hearts and without any directions of the higher command. So that is very, I think that is commendable effort, commendable act of our soldiers. The first of these precepts is to abstain from, As per the responsibilities of a soldier serving a country, the primary duty of any soldier is not to kill, but rather to bring about security, safety, and peace. Today, soldier has a diverse responsibility. Today, soldier is not fighting with a traditional enemy or rivalry. Today, soldier is involving with many other things, because today we have traditional threat and non-traditional threat, and especially when it comes to the natural disasters and the man-made disasters. So their soldier is engaging with a lot of activities, and especially for the protection and the safety of the society. So times when in the call of duty, soldiers must draw their weapons and fire for just reasons. Yet at all times, the army makes the attempt not to kill or harm any living being. Buddhism endorses the concept of maintaining disciplined, virtuous, and skilled military forces to protect what is good. And if I more elaborate about the second precept, stealing or theft is a violation of a basic and important precept. Soldiers must not do stealing, looting of civilians. So unethically manipulate others' property or others for one's own gain is not an accepted virtue. One should not encourage cheating through speech or writing, or want to cheat even in one's thinking. And we know that third precept is refrain from sexual misconduct or the misuse of the senses. So this is usually applied to things like adultery and being unfaithful in the armed forces and personnel. And this is what I want to share with you, all your scholars, the experience, what we really do practically. The rehabilitation of ex-combatants and reintegrating them into society was one of the major post-conflict challenges faced by Sri Lanka soon after the military victory over LTT in 2009. The Sri Lankan government properly implemented a multifaceted and multi-agency rehabilitation program to reintegrate over 12,000 ex-LTT combatants. Rather than prosecuting, Sri Lankan government adopted an approach to rehabilitate their lives with the view of molding them into productive, peaceful, ordinary citizens through a comprehensive and well-planned rehabilitation and reintegration process. And the community rehabilitation state apparatus was restructured to cater to the requirement, and accordingly the Bureau of the Commissioner General of Rehabilitation. So this is the bureau is actually vested with governing this rehabilitation program under a senior officer. This BCGR was empowered to organize the misguided youth to go through spiritual, religious, educational, vocational, psychosocial, recreational, social, familial, and creative arts in rehabilitation in order to change their mindset of them. Special attention was paid to channel child soldiers back to school education and assist them to continue among average children in the Sri Lankan society. So this was kind of innovative approach which was adopted by Sri Lanka. This innovative process was designed by the Bureau of Commissioner General of Rehabilitation under the guidance and direction of the Ministry of Defense in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice and Law and Reforms. So all these programs, so whatever the programs are, there are certain centers, rehabilitation centers have been established. In these centers, normally the rehabilitation program is carried out. So all programs were geared towards winning the hearts and minds of these beneficiaries. And actually we are providing certain vocational training, and vocational training was provided to them by the government for job prospects. And the staff of the BCG are mostly comprised National Cadet Corps, as they had the skills to handle the students. Army personnel in the staff were very minimal. And I am happy to share that more than 90% of the ex-combatants after 30 years of fighting have been successfully reintegrated into the Sri Lankan society as law-abided, peace-loving citizens through this initiative rehabilitation. And in my conclusion, I would like to draw your attention. The wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have drawn global attention. Meanwhile, in Africa, the grim effects of a huge state's collapse are passing almost unnoticed. One scholar, Mr. Raymond, said, Sudan has died. And he's further elaborating, and nobody wrote the obituary. And here, what I want to elaborate is, as commanders, if we take the real responsibility, and if we abide by the rules of law, as well as if we stick to the like 5 precepts, and then I can say that there is a very less possibility to commit any war crime or any other harm for the civilians, or even for the combatants, other enemy combatants. And that is what I have seen in my experience, the way how the different militaries treated for their enemy combatants as well as soldiers, as civilians. And thank you very much for your patience, all for your scholars.
Thank you very much, Colonel Nalin Herat, for that very elaborate talk on the community restorative justice through 5 precepts. I hope you can stay with us, Colonel.
Yes, sir. I can stay.
To join in with some of the other discussions that we have later on. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to now call Latisha, please. Latisha Ramanayaka, if she's available to give.
Yes.
Just give me a second while I prepare something. If you can switch on your video. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're already.
Yeah, she is here. She is here.
Perfect. Just give me a second.
Could you please ask the previous presenter to
Yeah, I will.
stop sharing?
Yeah, I will. Just give me a second. Sorry, 1 second.
Colonel Herat, can you remove your presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Latisa, she already read yesterday one paper and we introduced her. Again, in very brief, I would like to introduce her that SK Latisa J. Ram Naika serves as an assistant lecturer at the Sri Lanka Institute of Tourism and Hotel Management. And today she is going to speak on harnessing restoration of justice for reconciling a war-torn society in Sri Lanka, catalyzing social transformation. Welcome, Latisha. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya. Today, I think I am going to present my second research paper, that is harnessing restoration of justice for reconciling a war-torn society in Sri Lanka, catalyzing social transformation. Really, all Sri Lankans are living in the post-war era, and my epigraph is, from the ashes of conflict, the threads of justice are woven, binding wounds and kindling or rekindling the flames of transformation. According to my research title, let me discuss what my title really says. The restoration of justice in post-conflict societies plays a pivotal role in catalyzing social transformation and reconciliation. This research paper delves into the case of Sri Lanka, a nation scarred by years of conflict, to be very precise, 30 years of war, to explore how harnessing restorative justice mechanisms can facilitate the healing and reintegration of a war-torn society. In the wake of prolonged armed conflicts, post-conflict societies are often characterized by fractured social structures, lingering trauma, and a fragile sense of unity. So, the persistent struggles faced by societies in north and eastern provinces in Sri Lanka emerging from the conflict war-torn areas highlight the complexities of rebuilding societal bonds, trust, and cohesiveness. Therefore, harnessing restorative justice principles can play a transformative role in facilitating the healing and integration of a society fractured by war, according to my perspective. And the societies grappling with the aftermath of conflict have to be taken into consideration in harnessing restoring of justice for reconciliation, a war-torn society in Sri Lanka and catalyzing social transformation. Anyway, it's a timely need. The aftermath of armed conflict often leaves societies grappling with immense challenges related to social cohesion, trust, and stability. So in Sri Lanka. And as you all can see, my research problem is for this study revolves around the challenge of reconciling a deeply fractured war-torn society, specifically in the context of Sri Lanka, through the implementation of restorative justice mechanism. Then, my problem statement, as you all can witness, decades of civil war in Sri Lanka have left an indelible mark on its society. That's a kind of black mark, or that's a kind of mark that is difficult to erase and characterized by profound divisions, trauma, and shattered sense of unity. And as the nation strives to rebuild and transition towards lasting peace, the question of how to effectively reconcile a society torn apart by violence and how to foster social transformation that promotes healing and unity becomes an urgent and complex problem. As one of the scholars correctly pointed out, the integrity, how can we rebuild it? It's a question. Then, my key aspects of the problem, fractured society, as you can see, fractured social fabric, that although how much we try to say that the peace is prevailing, but still since the foundation was not that stable, still we can see the cracks on the wall. So that fractured fabric that is inevitable in the canvas of the war-torn society. The Civil War has engaged or endangered deep-seated divisions, mistrust, and animosities among different ethnic and religious groups. The problem lies in addressing these fractures and finding ways to reknit the social fabric, to unite it. And the lingering trauma, really you can feel it. If you visit northeastern provinces, still you can feel it. For your five senses will feel it. The conflict has left individuals and communities scarred by psychological trauma. Fear psychosis is still prevailing. The challenge is to facilitate healing conversations that address this trauma, psychological trauma to be very precise, and enable individuals to move beyond their pain. And accountability and justice, balancing the need for justice with the imperative reconciliation, is another facet of the problem, another dimension that we have not seen. Identification mechanisms that provide a sense of justice while also fostering reconciliation is a delicate task. And Roman number 4 is cultural sensitivity. Sri Lanka's cultural diversity adds complexity to the problem. And any approach to reconciliation and social transformation must consider these cultural nuances and avoid exacerbating or exaggerating existing tensions. And for sustainability, how can the restoration of justice catalyze a sustained societal transformation? It is at the end question mark. Ensuring that positive changes are enduring and not short-lived poses a challenge. Then Roman number 6, operationalization of restorative justice. While the concept of restorative justice holds promise, its practical implementation within Sri Lankan context poses a problem due to institutional capacities, political dynamics, and community engagement, which are really unavoidable, my dear audience. Then let's move on. The research gap. Yes, you can see the research gap on the screen. While existing literature explores post-conflict reconciliation and principles of restorative justice, there is a gap in understanding how these principles can be effectively applied in a complex and culturally diverse context like Sri Lanka, especially the word integration. So how can you integrate it? How can we embed it? The problem is not only about understanding the theoretical aspects, but also about developing actionable strategies, pragmatic strategies for harnessing restorative justice to catalyze social transformation and facilitate genuine reconciliation. The research problem revolves around the challenge of reconciling a war-torn society in Sri Lanka while harnessing the principles of restorative justice to initiate transformative social change. The problem encompasses intricate dynamics of healing, accountability, cultural understanding, and long-term sustainability. So this addressing the problem is not only crucial for Sri Lanka, according to my view, but also holds relevance for other societies navigating post-conflict landscapes. Then you all can see my research objectives to understand the concept of restorative justice and its relevance in post-conflict societies. So my research paper not only sheds light on Sri Lankan war-torn society, but in the whole world as general. and to examine the challenges and limitations of implementing restorative justice mechanisms in a war-torn society. Next, to explore the potential outcomes of successful restorative justice initiatives in fostering reconciliation and social transformation in Sri Lanka. Next, you can see the 3 research questions which are well aligned with which were well aligned with my research objectives. What is the concept of restorative justice and how does it apply to post-conflict situations like in Sri Lanka? Then, what are the key challenges in implementing restorative justice mechanisms in a society emerging from conflict? Then, my research question number 3. How can successful restorative justice initiatives contribute to social transformation and reconciliation in war-torn societies like Sri Lanka? Then I have to be very genuine in front of this scholarly audience. When I did my research, when I embarked on my research, before I embarked on my research, I gained a lot of insights from the scholars, and I read a lot, and those their research papers gave me a lot of insights with regard to my research problem. As you can see, Braithwaite 2002 and Marshall 2003, according to them, rooted in principles of healing, empathy, and engagement, restorative justice offers an alternative paradigm to conventional punitive justice systems, particularly relevant in post-conflict context. And then, as again you can see, Umbright and Coates in 1993, they had focused on the transformative potential for restorative justice in societies, recovering from conflict, where rebuilding relationships and understanding are paramount, just like in Sri Lanka. Then, according to Strang and Sherman in 2003, underlying that deep-seated animosities and intergroup tensions can impede upon dialogue and empathy, fundamental aspects of restorative justice. So then, turning attention to Sri Lanka, the application of restorative justice encounters complexities due to country's multifaceted ethno-political landscape. Sri Lanka is located in the Silk Road, I would say in a very dangerous place, because everyone prefers this place. But Sri Lanka is located there. Due to that, we had to face multiple issues, and we will have to face multiple issues in future. And at the moment also we are facing impending kind of dangers. Then the civil war between the government and the liberation tigers of Tamilila, LTTE, created profound divisions between the Sinhalese and Tamil communities. According to Koff, 2012, pointed out that these divisions have led to deeply entrenched narratives of victimhood and mistrust, posing substantial barriers to genuine reconciliation, which is exactly true. Then effective implementation necessitates the adaptation of restorative justice principles to accommodate these cultural nuances, as well as active community engagement. According to Seneviratna, one of our writers, he pointed this out in 2011. Thus, the literature underscores potential restorative justice to serve as a catalyst for social transformation in post-conflict societies like Sri Lanka. Then, let me move on. Materials and methodology which I utilized in my research study. This study employed a quantitative research approach, utilizing a desk-based methodology. The primary sources of data included academic papers, reports, policy documents, and case studies related to restorative justice and conflict reconciliation. A systematic review of existing literature was conducted to extract relevant information and insights. The analysis involved thematic categorization to identify patterns, challenges, and opportunities associated with restorative justice implementation. Then, as you all can see, research philosophy. My research study was rooted in interpretivism. Interpretivism is a philosophical stance that seeks to understand the complex social phenomena within their specific context, emphasizing the subjective meaning attributed by individuals and importance of context in shaping these meanings. In the context of this research, the interpretivism is particularly relevant due to the multifaceted nature of post-conflict societies and intricate dynamics of restorative justice implementation. Next, as you all can see, my next slide depicts the research approach. My research study adopted a qualitative research approach to comprehensively explore the feasibility and potential outcomes of harnessing the restoration of justice for reconciling a war-torn society in Sri Lanka. A qualitative methodology allowed for an in-depth understanding of the complex dynamics within the post-conflict societies and nuances associated with implementing restorative justice mechanisms. Next, data collection. The primary sources for this research study consisted of scholarly literature, academic articles, reports, policy documents, and the case studies related to post-conflict reconciliation, restorative justice, and Sri Lanka's civil war. An extensive literature review was conducted to establish foundational understanding of the key concept and to identify the research gaps, challenges, and the potential opportunities in the context of harnessing restorative justice. Because being a civilian, I had to read a lot to understand the key concepts and gain a lot of insights for my research study. Then, data analysis. Thematic analysis was employed to extract meaningful insights from the collected data. The analysis focused on identifying recurring themes like challenges, success factors, and possible recommendations related to the application of restorative justice in post-conflict settings. Through a systematic and iterative process, the analysis aimed to provide a comprehensive overview of the various dimensions of restorative justice in the context of Sri Lanka. Then, case studies. The selected case studies from countries such as Rwanda and South Africa, where the restorative justice mechanism have been implemented, were examined to draw parallels and insights applicable to Sri Lanka's context. So these case studies served as valuable sources of practical knowledge for me because that highlighted both the potential benefits and the challenges of implementing restorative justice in societies grappling with post-conflict challenges, just like in Sri Lanka. Then, ethical considerations. They were paramount when conducting my research because in sensitive contexts like post-conflict societies, this study ensured the ethical sourcing and use of data, giving due credit to authors and respecting the voices, the experience of those affected by conflict. Ethical guidelines were for conducting qualitative research were adhered to throughout the data collection and analysis process. And as any research, my research study also had limitations, and it was important to acknowledge that this study relied primarily on existing data sources, which might not capture all the nuances of Sri Lanka's unique post-conflict landscape. This can be a tiny droplet of the deep down ocean. Additionally, this study was limited by language barriers that might restrict access to certain relevant sources, because I was unable to read the letters in Tamil language. Then, validity and reliability. So to ensure the validity and reliability of the study's finding, multiple sources of information were cross-referenced and a systematic approach to data analysis was adopted. The insights derived from case studies were triangulated with theoretical perspectives and expert opinion in the field of restorative justice. And now I would like to talk about the results of my research in a nutshell. Through a comprehensive review of literature, case studies, and expert opinions, several key findings had emerged regarding the potential of harnessing the restoration of justice for reconciling a war-torn society in Sri Lanka and catalyzing social transformation. But number one, I could understand the positive outcomes of restorative justice as follows. The analysis revealed that the successful implementation of restorative justice mechanisms in post-conflict societies had yielded positive outcomes. Case studies from Rwanda and South Africa demonstrated that when victims and perpetrators engage in dialogue, it fosters empathy, humanizes the other, quote unquote, and contributes to healing. According to Heine, these outcomes resonated with the fundamental principles of restorative justice, acknowledging harm, facilitating healing, and building relationships. That means we can do it. I am there. Then, next, community engagement and empowerment. That is the power. Restorative justice processes that involve affected communities empower them to play an active role in the reconciliation process, which is happening in Sri Lanka at the moment. And if you go to Rwanda, and the GACA courts in Rwanda allowed communities to participate in delivering justice, creating a sense of ownership and collective healing, according to Clark 2010. Similarly, community engagement and dialogue can provide agency to Sri Lankan communities in shaping their own reconciliation journey. We have to have interactive dialogue with them. And the challenges in implementation, that is an interesting factor that I had already found from my research paper. However, the challenges persisted in the practical application of restorative justice, especially in post-conflict settings like in Sri Lanka. The deeply ingrained divisions and narratives of victimized present barriers to open dialogue and empathy. And additionally, the legacy of political interference, resource constraints, and the question of whether the restorative justice can hold high-level perpetrators accountable for significant hurdles. So anyway, whatever you do, you cannot stop the hurdles. So if I want to have a brief discussion on what I have already found, number one, the findings from the case studies underscored the contextual relevance of restorative justice in Sri Lanka's post-conflict landscape. The civil war had created a deep kind of scar between the Sinhalese, or the antagonism between the Sinhalese and Tamil communities, making it imperative to rebuild relationships and heal wounds. Restorative justice, emphasis of restorative justice on dialogue and understanding align with the need to address the nuanced narratives of victimhood and pain that exist within both communities. Both communities are wounded, not only one. In a war, no one wins. But when you are in a peaceful society, everyone wins. So Sri Lanka's cultural diversity presents both challenges and opportunities for restorative justice implementation. Challenges always as well as opportunities, just like the two sides of a coin. Adapting restorative justice principles to resonate with the cultural values and norms of Sinhalese Tamil communities is essential for its effective for its effectiveness. So traditional conflict resolution mechanisms can be integrated to bridge the gap between modern restorative justice practices and cultural sensitivities. Then, the integration of restorative justice with broader peace-building strategies is also crucial. While restorative justice addresses interpersonal harm, it should be complemented by efforts to address structural inequalities and historical injustices that fueled the conflict, so that a comprehensive approach encompasses truth-telling, reparations, and institutional reforms. So, then political commitment is also pivotal for the success of restorative justice initiatives. Sri Lanka's leaders in Sri Lanka must demonstrate a genuine commitment to reconciliation and transcends political interest. Furthermore, active community participation is essential for the legitimacy and sustainability of such initiatives. And it is a collective effort. It is a team effort. Not only the political leaders, but the community also have to do their part. Restorative justice has the potential to bridge the gap between the victim and the offender group, fostering a sense of shared community by enabling individuals to understand the pain and perspectives of the woes of the other side. Restorative justice can contribute to rebuilding bridges of empathy and unity. We can do it, and this is how we have to do it. So in conclusion, the results highlight both the promise and challenges of harnessing and restoration of justice for reconciliation, a vote-on society in Sri Lanka. While the positive outcomes are evident, confronting the complexities of deeply noted divisions, cultural nuances, and political dynamics is crucial for meaningful implementation. And integrating restorative justice within a broader, contextually sensitive approach to reconciliation offers a path toward catalyzing social transformation. That is very, very important. That is one of my findings in my research study. So according to my research, I have few recommendations based on the insights derived from the analysis. This section will provide recommendations for policymakers, practitioners, and stakeholders involved in this post-conflict reconciliation efforts in Sri Lanka. These recommendations will aim to address the challenges identified and leverage the potential of restorative justice mechanisms to facilitate sustainable peace, justice, and societal healing. Number one, contextualized implementation. Adapt restorative justice principles to align with Sri Lanka's cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity. Then ensure that dialogue process, reparation mechanisms, and community engagement strategies are sensitive to the cultural norms, the values of both the Sinhalese and Tamil communities. Collaborate with cultural experts to navigate potential challenges and opportunities. Then community-led initiatives. Community is very important. On top of all, promote community-led initiatives that encourage dialogue and healing. Establish localized forums where the individuals from diverse backgrounds can engage in open conversations. These platforms should prioritize inclusivity, enabling victims, offenders, and community members to express their perspectives and collectively envision reconciled future. Also, support for healing and trauma. Integrate the psychological trauma healing support into the restorative justice process. Offer counseling services for victims as well as offenders, acknowledging deep emotional scars left by the conflict. Ensuring emotional well-being is crucial for facilitating genuine understanding and transformation. So, multi-level engagement. Engage stakeholders in multi-level society, including the government officials, community leaders, civil society organizations, and grassroots activists. Foster a collaborative approach that encourages dialogue, consensus building, and joint efforts toward reconciliation. Political will and leadership commitment are essential for the success of any restorative justice initiative. Also, cross-generational dialogue. Facilitate intergenerational dialogue that enables the transfer of historical narratives, pain, and lessons learned from the conflict to younger generations. And as a lecturer, I do it by promoting understanding of the past. These conversations can contribute to preventing future conflicts and building a shared vision for a harmonious society. Then education and awareness. I am part and parcel of it. Integrate restorative justice concepts into educational curricula at schools, higher educational institutes, and universities. Foster a culture of understanding, empathy, and conflict resolution from an early age. Additionally, raise awareness among the broader public about the potential of restorative justice and transform society, dispelling the misconceptions and biases. So international support and seek international support and knowledge exchange. Collaborate with international organizations, academic institutions, research institutions, and countries that have successfully implemented restorative justice. I think this forum is one of the platforms like that. Exchange experiences, best practices, and lessons learned to enhance the effectiveness of restorative justice initiatives in Sri Lanka. International support can provide valuable insights and resources. Then, in conclusion, long-term monitoring evaluation, implement robust monitoring and evaluation framework to assess the impact of restorative justice initiatives over time. Regularly measure the outcomes, such as changes in intergroup perceptions, reduction in animosities, and increased social cohesion. Modify strategies based on evolving needs of society. So in conclusion, these recommendations are formulated, and the recommendations are formulated within the aim of harnessing and restoration of justice to effectively reconcile a war-torn society in Sri Lanka and catalyze meaningful social transformation. By embracing these suggestions, policymakers, civil society organizations, and community leaders, they may be present at this forum, can navigate the complexities of post-conflict reconciliation and lay foundation for a more united, just, and peaceful society. So the journey from conflict to reconciliation is a formidable endeavor that requires profound introspection, unwavering commitment, and innovative approaches. This research undertaken titled Harnessing Restoration of Justice for Reconciling a War-Torn Society in Sri Lanka, Catalyzing Social Transformation, has traversed the landscapes of history, trauma, resilience, and the promise of social transformation. And the results of this research reveal a delicate balance between the potential of restorative justice and the intricacies of Sri Lanka's war-torn society. As illuminated by global case studies, the positive outcomes of restorative justice, including fostering empathy, healing, and community empowerment, underscore its capacity to catalyze profound social transformation. So the historical legacy of Sri Lanka's civil war has etched scars on the nation's collective memory, even in my memory, shaping identities and fueling distrust between the ethnic communities. The challenge of rekindling empathy and understanding in the midst of such divisions is not to be underestimated. However, the implementation of restorative justice offers a promising pathway to bridge these divisions, opening channels of communications that facilitate healing conversations and bridge building between victims and offenders. Cultural norms of Sinhalese and Tamil communities acknowledge that justice cannot be one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, it must be tailored to respect the diversity of the perspectives and the values, ensuring the application is not only effective, but also embraced by those it seeks to serve. So it presents implications that touch the profound shifts in conflict resolution paradigms, societal healing, policy development, and academic inquiry. By highlighting the role of restorative justice, my study contributes to the shaping a more just and harmonious future for societies emerging from the shadows of war. Thank you, Namo Buddhaya. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Latisha. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I hope you can stay for the remaining of the session, please. Ujwal, shall we now proceed to Mr. Prashantalal?
Yes, we would like to
Alves?
Mr. Prasad Lal Delvis,
Thank you.
and let me allow to introduce him. Mr.
Thank you,
Prasad
please.
Delvis, a distinguished President's Counsel, earned his LLB and LLM degrees from the University of Colombo, beginning his professional journey as a state counsel at the Attorney General's Department of Sri Lanka in 1983. He dedicated 7 years to this role. Transitioning to private practice thereafter, he has excelled in advocating before appellate and trial courts, demonstrating expertise primarily in criminal and family law. He also holds positions as a corporate director and serves as a visiting lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the University of Colombo and Sri Lanka Law College. Additionally, he actively contributes as a member of the Board of Management at the Lakshman Kedri Gram Institute for International Relations and Strategic Studies. So I welcome Prasant Lal De Alvis to read out his.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me, sir.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Namo Buddhaya. My topic that I've selected today is restorative justice in Sri Lanka. Is it effective and efficient? And I'm taking it through a Buddhist perspective. Now, just to highlight the scenario, or just to give you 2 examples of Sri Lanka, recent past, is that when in the month of October, DIG, Deputy Inspector General in charge of Children and Women Affairs, Ms. Jasundara mentioned that in the month of October, there have been statutory rape of 142 girls during the month of October this year. Statutory rape means that either with consent with a lover or with an elder, having sex below the age of 16 is called statutory rape. But the worst situation is that out of that 142, 10 were pregnant. Now, Sri Lanka as a country do not legalize, is not legal to do miscarriage. So these children who are below 16 will have a child very soon. In that kind of a context, I like to, my proposition is, has Sri Lanka is catering to a scenario of this nature. Interestingly, after the conflict that my 2 previous speakers spoke of, you find the child abuse is on the increase in the northern and the eastern province. But very interestingly, the probation officers of the northern and the east has created a concept called safe houses based on religious principles. I repeat again, it is safe houses for children is a lovely word and a lovely concept. Sadly, because of this devolution and the probation, this system is not adopted in other part of my country. So we have responded well, but my presentation I'm trying to take you through whether it is sufficient and how Buddhist philosophy could help in this regard. May I come with a basic interpretation of what I found in the restorative justice. The grandfather of restorative justice in 1970, Howard said, it is about concept bringing into communication, I repeat, communication of those harmed by the crime and responsible to the crime. That means the accused or the aggressor with the crime. The key word is communication. And the next stage is repair them. The communication, repairing the relationship. Now, therefore, bring out three basic stages: encounter, repair, and reform. Now, what do we have in Sri Lanka as law? We have enough and many laws to cover these repair and reform. Let me run through fast. Restorative justice in criminal law. For the accused, there are many. The accused can be given a suspended sentence. That means the first sentence will not be imposed, and it will be suspended for 5, 10, 7 years to 10 years. But the critical part is that the minimum sentence, that the maximum sentence or minimum sentence that can be suspended is 2 years. So if you get 3 years, that would not be suspended. So it is only for the minor offenses that we have this suspended sentence. So accused then cannot commit an offense. And if he commit that offense, the previous sentence will be imposed. Now that is there in section 303. We have further section 306. In situations where it requires even a warn and a discharge of an accused, that is discharge, complete discharge, that is possible under 306. It is rarely happens. Generally suspended sentence is given, but basically that is available. Third methodology that we have is under the Community Service Order, under the Community-Based Correction Act number 46 of 1999. It means that without sentencing a person, he will do community service, maybe in courts, maybe in a society community place, maybe a temple, mosque, or a kovil. So they have to do community service. Now, I have in my life after 1999, I've only found one particular court only imposing this. That is because it requires the initiative of the judge. It's the willingness of the judge to believe of the judge in the corrective system of corrective service order that matters. And secondly, this does not work because the ego or the personality that they do not want to work as a laborer in front of the community that they live in. So this has not worked satisfactorily. And then for the drug addicts who are convicted, if it is not a offender who is using drugs and drugs like heroin or cannabis sativa, then they are sent to a rehabilitation camp. The surveys that I put out in the written paper shows that it has not worked out properly because, as I would explain later, the systems and the scenarios do not come into the scenario that they repair it and reform it. Of course, they do encounter, but they don't repair and reform it. Let me come now to the victim. Again, there are enough and many laws. We have an act called Protection of Assistance to and Protection of Victims of Crime and Witness Act, which came in 2015. It protects the witness. No one can threaten a witness and therefore gives absolute protection to the victims and the witnesses. And if there is a threatening or whatever force that is on them, the accused would not get bail. He would be there until the end of the case. Very interestingly, as you know, criminal law does not provide compensation. But in 1995 amendment to the Penal Code, Sri Lanka brought compensation to sexual offences such as rape, grave sexual abuse, incest, and unnatural offences. So it is only basically sexual offences that a compensation could be given to the victim by the criminal courts. Criminal courts. Now that is a significant development, but it does not cover any other offense like murder, theft, robbery, extortion. It does not cover. Very interestingly, recently a Motor Traffic Act amendment was brought where up to rupees 100,000 can be given to the victim, even if there is a death. Now that is to repair and repair the damage that is caused immediately. Because when there is a motor traffic accident, there can be injuries, there can be fractures, there can be a death, and then the funeral has to take place. So for that, a maximum 100,000 can be given. Now that is quite temporary kind of repair and a reform. But restorative justice has a enough scope where an individual personally can go within 2 years to a civil court and get compensation. But that rarely happens when it comes to a connection of a criminal case like murder, rape, thing. But accident cases, I must say that there are enough more cases. Most of the accident cases ends up after the magistrate courts end up in the civil courts. But other offenses, they fail to come within the 2 years. And the other method that we have, the last method that I would like to stress is mediation and arbitration. Mediation Act that came up in 1988 makes it mandatory that if it is like a minor offenses, like simple hurt, and minor offenses, if the value is rupees 25,000, you cannot immediately file a case in the courts, police or civil case. They have to first go to the mediation board, which is established with monks, the clergy of other religions as appropriate, and the leading teachers, principals. So they try to mediate. But sadly, again, that it takes a lot of time. And the other factor, it's only limited to minor offenses. Good example, simple hurt, it is mediation, but grievous hurt like fractures and disfiguration, scenarios like that, it cannot be mediated. So these are the limitations. And there is an Arbitration Act, which is 1995, which came into Sri Lanka, which is basically used in commercial law sector. So ladies and gentlemen, when you find the whole scenario, arbitration, mediation, civil remedies, criminal remedies for victims and accused both, we have enough and more laws. But as I would say in my written paper, I would illustrate, these are not effective and not efficient. So there is lack of restorative justice. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I like to take how we should respond. Sri Lanka is a country that has 70% of Buddhist living. And the other majority Hindus also believe that Buddha is the 9th avatar. And Buddhist believes that Buddha gave God Vishnu to protect the Buddha Sasana. Though there is a link between Buddhism and Hinduism. So in that kind of a context, there is no major conflict, I like to stress, as to basically a kind of working relationship among the Buddhist and the Hindus, who are number 1 and number 2 in Sri Lanka. Now, let me say how we could help the Buddhist philosophy into this. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have noted in my research found was there is a lack of skill of handling an encountering situation, a lack of skill of repairing it, lack of skill of reforming it among the judges. Now, I have been a state counsel. We were never, ever trained for such a process. As a defense counsel, no training by the Bar Association of Sri Lanka to repair and reform. So this focus has been lost of repairing and reform. Basically, the word is restorative justice. So how can we get Buddhist philosophy get involved in this whole process of encountering, repair, and reform? I have cited 3 suttas, basically, and Pirita. Let me develop on this. In the first one, basically it is about Vitakka Santana Sutta. As the word denotes, it's about stilling of thought. Buddha describes when there is a ill will thought, when there is a delusion, hate, and a desire comes into you, You have to be like a deft carpenter. Use a finer peg skillfully to extract a larger peg by focusing on positive thoughts when you are confronted with thoughts of ill will, hatred, and illusion. Now, it is very interesting, this Vitakka Santana Sutta, which is found in Majjhima Nikaya 20. And very interestingly, Buddha says very one step forward by saying, if you still can't control, this is how it says, even if this does not work, one must with teeth clenched and tongue pressed against the roof of the mouth should squeeze their mind so that mind becomes, and squash and crush the mind with mind, where one succeed, where the mind will become still or samadhi. So even forceful pressure is recommended by Buddha if you just still can't use a finer peg to pull a bigger peg by your own thyself. So this is very interesting because I have studied the peace and reconciliation in South, the truth and the reconciliation process that happened in South Africa, where the victim confronts the aggressor whom we have never met sometimes, and they confess and they say sorry. And you see stories and stories where initially how victim feels, that is narrated there. And how later there are so many interesting scenarios, if you go through, where the present judge of the Constitutional Council has said that he's impaired, and he says how he was confronted and how difficult it is at the beginning, and then subsequently how they became friends. Now these are enough and more stories there. Now that was beautifully, to me, the best case study is the Truth and Reconciliation of South Africa. That is a classic case study, and that, though it is not Buddhist philosophy, as Desmond Tutu was quoted by my first speaker, Dr. Hune, and that is South Africa. And that shows this whole process. And the other one is Salleka Sutta, which is in Majjhima Nikaya 8, which is the meaning of Salleka is the discourse on effacement, meaning rubbing out. And Buddha, interestingly, says 44 kinds of mind situations. And it takes through the process of taking these negatives, and he gives the cure, a positive path for each mental negatives of 44 elements of mind. This is beautifully crafted. Most important thing that I like to stress here is Buddha says one who is not sunk in the mire himself should pull out another who is sunk in the mire. That means one who is in the mud cannot pull out another one in the mud. So you need an outside initiator, outside mediator, outside person with such a kind of a mindset to pull out. And these 44 elements, if you study carefully, shows the way forward, how one should basically cure this into a positive path. And in the Dveda Vitakka Sutta, which is in Majjhima Nikaya 19, it describes there are two sort of thinking. One is one thinking of sensuality with ill will and thinking harmfulness, and how one change it with complete affliction, how one should change that to renunciation. And methodology Buddha recommends is simply abandon it, dispel it, or wipe out. So that is about two sort of thing in Dvanda Vitakka Sutta. So, and I like to take you through, ladies and gentlemen, about the restorative process, that what we all know of Angulimala. Now, Angulimala was an ahinsaka, a person who came to study in the, I like to take it as a case study of restorative justice, the best case study that one could find in the Buddhist, among the lives of Buddha and his disciples. And he comes as Ahinsaka to a school. And the other people, because he's jealous of them, tells the teacher that this boy is involved with the wife. Now, this happens in day-to-day life in my criminal law experience. And the teacher says, as a Guru Puja, brings out a garland of fingers. So he, obedient, I like to repeat, obedient student himself, he goes through this process. Now, this is what happens in society today. It's a society that makes a man criminal. I repeat again, I have found in my experience, both as a public prosecutor and as a defense counsel, it is the society factors, economic factors that makes a man criminal, and that is criminology. So in that kind of a context, he was a criminal. Now comes the teacher, the Buddha. Now, Buddha sees a danger happening him where he would kill his mother, and he intervenes. Now, that is encountering in the restorative justice system. And you could see the story that Buddha runs, and he runs behind, and he asks him finally to stop. And Buddha says, I have stopped. You have not. Now, intelligent he is, he understands the whole philosophy, and he becomes a disciple. Now, encountering has happened. Now, what happens thereafter? Ladies and gentlemen, you know, he becomes an arahat. But people throw stones at him. People throw stones at him because for them, he's a killer. Now, this happens in our society. It happens in our criminal justice. Any criminal, first crime you do, you get out of society. Society does not accept him. His life is gone. Now, that happened to Angulimala. But how was it corrected? One day, Buddha was walking through and he found a pregnant lady basically crying in pain. Now, Buddha would have done that. But he told Angulimala, go and make a satyakriya. Now, what is the satyakriya? Very interesting. Satyakriya is, moment I became a member of the Buddha Sasana, I have not killed anyone. See the beauty of reformation, reforming, repairing, the satyakriya of reform. And it is said that the pain vanished. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even I in my country, Sri Lanka, we chant Angulimala Pirita when a child is born, just about to be born, the pregnant mother, so that there is no pain. Every house in Sri Lanka, it is chanted by a monk. They go to the temple. And even now, Angulimala Thero is regarded as high esteem. A killer who was thrown out by the society was accepted through this process of encounter, repair, and reform. So Angulimala Thero and these sutras gives us a guidance. The Veda Takka Sutta, Salleka Sutta, and Vitakka Santana Sutta gives us this guidance. Then what are the qualities that a mediator should have? In Sri Lanka, we have something called Jayamangala Gatha that is done by it's called stanza of victory. Now, this is sung during the Independence Day. It is sung when we all get married. A bevy of girls would come and sing this Jayamangala Gatha in Pali. Now, none of us, including me, when I got married, did not understand the meaning until I started researching for this paper. Now, that gives the Jayamangala or the stanza of victory gives qualities of Buddha that was used when he was confronted with difficult situation. Let me go through fast few things. When Alavaka, a very strong man, told Buddha go out of the house twice, he did it twice, but third time he refused. Now, that story, that scenario shows us, as the Gatha says, Kanti Sudanta means patience. So any restorative justice, the personalities must have patience. And Nalagiri, the elephant that was given and was sent to kill Buddha, he used what Dr. Une, today he made a very interesting scenario how compassion, karuna and metta connects. I am amazed with that proportion, that it is connected. Up to now I thought it is different, two different concepts, but then interestingly he showed us how it is connected. Now he used the quality of mettambuseka in the Gatha, that is loving kindness. So as Dr. Huna pointed out, the loving kindness with compassion combination is required for this restorative process. And when Chinchimanayika came and accused Buddha that it is Buddha who made her pregnant, his very calm composure, he said, it is sister, only you and I know it. And that quality in the Jayamangala Gatha is called Santena Soma Vidina, peaceful, gracious means. And Pachaka, one who came with a debate, it was used the wisdom, Panyapadeepa. Angulimala that I explained, Iddhi Bisang Gatamanu, mind-based marvels. Now, these are the qualities that a person must possess if anyone is involved with the restorative justice. These skills that we spoke of, the suttas, Angulimala Pirita as a case study, and as a suttas I mentioned as guidelines of the change of the mind, how to clench your teeth even at the difficult situations, and the qualities that enunciated in the Jayamangala Gatha can be used. Finally, the restorative justice is visible in Vinaya process. Of course, Vinaya is for the monks, but they emphasize this rule of Sammukha. That means whenever, entire Vinaya process is about restorative justice. There is no punitive justice. There is no punishment to them. It is restoration. Even in a Parajika, he would not be chased out. He would become a Samanaya from Upasampada. Now, the key factor is, ladies and gentlemen, is Sammukhata. The parties must meet face to face. There is a long process. Even a vote is taken in a controversial situations. So there is a huge, I would not take time to explain in this presentation, but I would dwell that in the written one, which Eranga wants to publish. So you would have access to that. Now, therefore, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, but the interesting one which I found in the Vinaya process, say, I as a layman make a complaint against a Buddhist monk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Buddhist monk may be shy to say sorry and say, I did wrong. So very interestingly, Buddha recommends in the Vinaya process that they can stay within the distance where they can see and hear each other. And another monk will come in between and say to the layman, sorry. Other monk is saying, sorry, without that monk doing it. Now that is a beautiful, amazing process of restorative justice. Whilst maintaining the honor of a Buddhist monk, the layman, complainant, is grievance is addressed by a mediator. So ladies and gentlemen, Buddhist philosophy provides us enough and more resources to have a sound and a restorative justice. I would like to conclude by a personal comment or a personal scenario that I like to mention. In year 2012, Mahabodhi Society of India, under the guidance of our Mahanayaka Thero, Thalawat is Sibali Thero, where the Bhutan Chief Justice made a constitution and he wanted to understand Buddhist principles. So there was the first ever Buddhist Jurisprudence and Constitution conference on 12th of February 2012. And I had the privilege of taking part with Manohara De Silva and Mahesh De Alvis, two other lawyers from Sri Lanka, and we started a process of 10-year journey of Buddhist philosophy. I just on the 20th of September, I published 11 essays, which I wrote on Buddhist jurisprudence on different areas like rule of law, human rights, thanks to that initiation of Mahabodhi Society of India and the initiation of Palavati Sivalithero. So now, actually, I'm in Saranath. I came for this one, Katina by Eranga. It is Eranga who proposed that the topic of restorative justice. And I'm privileged and I'm so pleased. I would say in a simple word, I'm over the moon of this conference. And I pay respect and bestow merit to everyone, you, Professor, and Mr. Amal Javardhan, and whoever who was behind it. And I like to say thank you, Eranga, for organizing this. And I'm pleased that I'm now in Saranath at this moment, making this presentation, because we had the Katina this morning. So, my dear ladies and gentlemen, let the restorative justice message taken from here and let it be a cue, like what was Colonel Nalin mentioned about these war-torn scenarios, and basically Lakshika pointed out in Sri Lanka. Let us take this message of restorative justice. May again Triple Gem bless you all, and especially ones who organize this conference, you, Professor, and others who are involved in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prasanta Laldi Alvis, that very insightful presentation. We are running slightly short of time, so I would like to proceed straight away by inviting Advocate Venkatesan to kindly to give his presentation, please.
Yeah, Mr. A. Venkatesan is here, I think.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So let me allow to introduce him. Mr. Venkatesan, an esteemed advocate at the High Court of Madras, Chennai, and boasts a rich career spanning 2 decades as a practicing lawyer. Alongside his legal pursuits, he serves as an executive member of the Tripitaka Tamil Foundation. So I think he is also practicing Buddhist or might be associated with the Buddhist academic world. So I welcome him, Venkatesan ji, for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Namo Buddhaya. Am I audible?
Yes,
You
you
are.
are.
Thank you. Already my previous speaker, Ladisa Ramanayaga and Prasant Lal, very excellently submitted their papers. Starting the title of the sources of the restorative justice in Buddhism. Most probably, I take it the material from the Indian context only. The Indian word of the Dharma is understood with the Indian religious structure. Dharma was linked with the Hindu religious structure, but the Hindu Dharma is more distant with the justice. As per the justice definition, as you know, Salman definition is concerned, justice is instrumental to control the society through the way of the forceful and also forceful manner by way of instrument of law. But in this line only, British have codified the procedure code, criminal and civil in the every colonial countries. But historian R.S. Sharma said that the early Indian society ruled in a monarchy like Athens. Lord Buddha established the justice concept to the alternative of the Hindu Dharma principle. That is very more important now. That is Hindu Dharma is a Dharma is first originated of the Hindu, but alternatively Lord Buddha Dhamma is he establishing the word of the Dharma. It is totally against the Hindu Dharma. Besides, the Kaudilya Arthashastra also insisted to comply with the Varna rules and its injection. Great constitutionalist Dr. Ambedkar emphasized Lord Buddha justice for nation is just a Dhamma doctrine only. Lord Buddha established this principle to moralize the relationship between the individual and society. As per the Lord Buddha justice system, as I understood, there is no place for penalty. In his view, to establish the moral society to correct the individual disciplinary system, Lord Buddha tried to establish a just society by adhering to disciplinary thoughts of individuals. Lord Buddha propagated the equality between the two individuals only. Even Plato justice system allowed the class differences, but Lord Buddha system were not like that. The Lord Buddha believed through the social morality only established the well-disciplined society. In this context only, he given Dhamma principle to us. Very important democratic process of the Sangha is firstly followed by the quorum theory. Quorum theory is now following the every parliamentary during the voting time. It has been, first of all, it has been upheld by the Sangha only. Minimum 20 number approval was instituted to upon the important conclusion for every decision during the Sangha decision. They said in order to make the important decision of the Sangha, sometimes conducted the secret ballot system and the majority decision based on the oral argument also. For example, Ubali was admitted in the Sangha basement of this system of the secret ballot only. Apart from that, Ubali was imposed punishment based on this system only. Furthermore, historian Jaiswal insisted that the voting process was conducted on the various colored ballot system. First of all, Lord Buddha only introduced the voting ballot system. That is a very democratic process, first of all, upheld by the Lord Buddha. Apart from that, present day, the globalist society create the high crime rate than before. Country is constrained to enforce the rigid mechanism of the crime-prone system by disregarding the reformative system. Prevalent system of the retributive punishment system didn't reduce the crime rate, instead it increased. And the deterrent punishment system also in the same line. The restorative justice nature of the punishment system encourage the victim also one of the stakeholder in the justice distribution system. Globalist society impedance the every individual to sellers and the excessive consumption. Therefore, the common people target all kind of the exploitation. Therefore, this cumulative things are generated by the human mind to cause the crime. Other hand, the corporate Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Other than corporate mishandling of the people is undergoing with the legal protection of the state agency. The state agency, without tracing the real fact of the crimes on the ground reality, is only offering the punishment is cyclo-style manner. Buddhist criminal jurisprudence was codified in dynamic nature of occurrence. Buddhist criminal jurisprudence divided all offenses in two categories, prajaga and sambadisa. And those offenses are only meant to the pickles alone. By gradually increased to the strength of the Sangha, simultaneously offense also increased. Therefore, rule are formulated for each distinct offense. Vinaya Pedagogy are divided into two categories like Mechanical Penal Code, like as the cognizable offense and a non-cognizable offense. As far as the Vinaya principle is concerned, those who voluntarily come forward to give confession of offense, some concession was given. Therefore, Vinaya principle is irremediable for grave offense. If it is caused by any grave offenses like murder and assault, it is not being remedied. It was being very clearly contemplated in the Vinaya Pitaka. English system, the penal system analyzes the threshold of every crime is a mens rea only the origin of the crime. That is a paramount ingredient of the offense. Lord Buddha refined the every mens rea through the Panchasila and the Eightfold Path. That is very important. To the origin of the offense itself, it will curtail the mens rea through the Panchasila and the Eightfold Path. Lord Buddha Panchasila is a vice versa to the mens rea criminal intention. Juris John Rawls contemplated that good behavior of human being only create the well-structured just society, and the good conduct create the fairness, and the fairness creates the justice. In the line only, we will, if we follow the Panchasila, but it definitely it will create the just society, and the good conduct create the fairness, and fairness create the justice. Act of the act without mens rea is not amount of the crime. If act are done with the mens rea, the crime intention only commit the offense. Therefore, Lord Buddha, in order to have the crimeless society, formulated yearly to separate the crime intention to purify the mind of human mind. Nowadays, apart from the individual mens rea, every state possesses the state mens rea. That is very important. The state mens rea is a every reason for the waging war to one country to another. During the Lord Buddha period, Ajita Sadguru sought the advice from the Lord Buddha with intent to wage war against the Vajjian tribal clans, which was sternly reduced by to accept the advice sought by the Ajita Sadguru demand. Lord Buddha cross-checked with the great disciple Ananda whether the Vajjian tribal clans, whether they following the democratic philosophy, what are the position of the woman and the elderly person. In recent days, Juris Howard Sayer explored the restorative justice theory. He defined that the crime is a breach of two individual relationship, thus breaches the create the obligation. Present day, every country following the adversarial judicial system, which is the state take the responsibility of the victim and investigate the matter to punish the delinquent, in which there is no role for the victim. But restorative justice, the victim and delinquent and a number of the society will equally participate and explore the solution for the crime. Whenever the dispute arises in crime, Sangha, number of equal opportunity, whenever the dispute arises in the Sangha, those who are delinquent and witness were given the equal opportunity, and the affected person also given the equal opportunity, and the charged person also given the equal opportunity. Prior to charging anyone, the witness has cross-checked device. That is very important thing. Sangha prior to penalizing anyone, cross-checked the device the witness. Sangha merely penalized anyone, thoroughly analyzed the necessity of the reason for crime prior to expelling any witness, and also verified the device. Lord Buddha was a founder of the restorative justice. In this line, we will consider Lord Buddha one of the founder of the restorative justice, also natural justice also. For every occurrence, Master followed the restorative justice methodology only. Justice is deeply aware that because the individual and society are the interdependent. One's behavior is an individual is inseparable from one's behavior as a participant in society. The pattern of action may start from one individual, might then influence other, give rise to custom and institution. It was been said that by the Martha Nussbaum. Offender treatment can be seen as a part of the prevention along with the offender reintegration, or some kinship with the restorative justice. However, the conventionally practiced many approach treatment or rehabilitation offer little that explicitly restorative. They could, however, be functioned restoratively. Some do by organizing treatment around offender, understanding and taking the responsibility for harm. In addition, giving much attention as possible to victim needs. Nowadays, there is no prevention method is prevailing. Any society insists of adversarial method aggravated the offender and victim. The restorative justice only sustain the human integration from all kind of distinction as submitted by the present Lord Angulimala Siddha and Lion Rose Siddha. It is a very great example, very great lesson to that is the basement of the RJ, there is a restorative justice system. Therefore, the Lord Buddha also one of the founder of the Indian line. We see the Angulimala Siddha and the Lion Rose Siddha. If you analyze the founder of the RJ, restorative justice system. Therefore, this is my kind article. Thank you for giving opportunity to me.
Thank you very much, Advocate Venkatesan. Thank you very much. And I noticed some recurring themes there, including the Angulimala Sutra as well in your presentation. I'd like to now call Dr. Vivek Sharma, if he's available, please.
Yeah, he's here.
Ujwal, if you could kindly give him an introduction.
Dr. Vivek, are you here?
I am here, sir.
Yeah, okay. So let me allow
you can hear
Yeah.
my voice.
Yeah,
We can hear you.
Yeah, yes, Vivek. Dr. Vivek Sharma is a scholar specializing in Buddhist studies, and he holds right now the office of Katwa campus of Jammu University. And his educational qualifications include a PhD in Buddhist studies, MA in sociology, MA in Buddhist studies, B.Ed, and certificate course. Dr. Sharma specializes in the history of Buddhism, Buddhist tourism, and ethics of Buddhism. So with this brief CV of Dr. Sharma, I would like to request him to proceed with his paper.
Thank you for introducing me. I am going to present my research paper is on the topic of the relevance of Buddhist justice system in the modern era. Buddhism is a major religion which was founded by Siddhartha Gautama in the 6th century BC, offer an exceptional perspective on the justice system and the degree of conflicts. Buddhist justice system, also known as Buddhist legal philosophy, refer to the principle and practice of justice and law in the framework of Buddhism. The teaching of Buddhism emphasize kindness, insight, and non-violence as fundamental principle in human interaction. Notion of justice in Buddhism goes further than legal system and aims to address the root cause of suffering, encourage harmony, and reinstate balance in society. The 5 precepts of Buddhism for lay people and ethical structure for individual to follow in their daily lives. Panatipata Beramani Sikhapadam Samadhyami means I commit to observing the precept to abstain from destroying living being. Adina Dana Beramani Sikhapadam Samadhyami, I commit to observe the precept to refrain from taking things not given. Kamesu Michachara Beramani Sikhapadam Samadhyami, I commit to observe the precept to refrain from sexual misconduct. Musabada Beramani Sikhapadam Samadhyami, I commit to observe the precept to refrain from false speech. Surya Merya Majpamad Thana Beramani Sikhapadam Samadhyami, I commit to observing the precept to refrain from liquor, cause, intoxication, and heedless. They provide a guiding principle for personal conducts and contribute to the larger moral foundation of the Buddhist justice system. Buddhism teaches the concept of karma and personal responsibility for individual, accountability for their action and ethical behavior to acknowledge the Buddhism justice system. And individual action has an ethical and karmical penalty as per the law of karma that may be visible in this life or future lives. Buddhist monastic community in some Buddhist society may play a role in the administration of justice. When monks and nuns, respected for their moral truthfulness and knowledge, may serve as a meditator and counselor in resolving a difference of opinion. The Buddhist justice system promotes peaceful means of resolving conflict in line with the principle of non-violence. Meditation and cooperation are regularly favored over adversarial lawful procedure. Trained meditator assist parties engaged in a dispute to converse, recognize each other's perspectives, and find gently suitable solutions. These approaches promote a sense of community and shared responsibilities. Origin of Buddhism. Buddhism originated in ancient India during the 5th century BC. It was founded by Siddhartha Gautama, who later became known as the Buddha. Siddhartha was born into the royal family in Lumbini around 563 BC. According to historian, his father was King Suddhodana and his mother name was Queen Maya.
Dr.
Despite
Sarma, if you don't mind, can you
okay,
speak
okay,
to
sir. Okay, sir.
we know the things about the Siddhartha
Okay,
Gautama's?
okay. Rules and regulation of Patibokha in Vinaya Pitaka. Vinaya Pitaka is the first part of. Okay, sir.
Then you should read out the conclusion of your paper, Dr. Sarma.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Importance of jurisprudence in Buddhism. According to the 5 books of Vinaya Pitaka, a couple of books such as Bhikkhu Vibhang and Bhikkhuni Vibhang are in fact to treatise of human jurisprudence, and it is rightly regarded as the source of human jurisprudence. The Vibhang is cited as the magnus opus of the Buddhist jurisprudence. In this way, the Gautama Buddha accorded supreme importance to jurisprudence, which was later known as the Buddhist jurisprudence. The Buddhist jurisprudence has been established by the Gautama Buddha. The first Buddha Sangh sprang into existence with 61 bhikkhus after the Dhammachakra Pravartana Sutra at the Meghdha in Asipatana. Venerable Mahakasyap, along with 500 monks during the first Buddhist council, chanted and learnt by heart all the law and work codified in Vinaya Pitaka. Buddhist canonical literature had mentioned in Jatak Athagatha of Mahasuttam Jatak that last night, sir. I am going to conclude. Prevention of criminal offense by the Buddhist principle. The two words Hiri and Ottappa are the greatest Buddhist principle for the avoidance of unlawful offense and preservation of social harmony. While the Buddhists also see the requirement to defend the social orders from criminals. Buddhism talked about the two mental qualities as the fundamental protection of morality, so that they safeguard both the human being and the social order as a whole. These two qualities are called Hiri and Ottappa in Pali language. Buddha calls these two states. That states the bright guardian, Lokpal Dhamma of the bird that protect the bird falling into widespread immorality, as mentioned in Devadhamma Jataka of Kudak Nikaya. That those only godlike who shrink from sin. The bite should tranquil votaries of goods. Also, they don't think of doing evils. They are manifested as shrinking away from evil, building a channel to bring true happiness. The term Hiri is usually translated as embracement, modesty, a disgrace, which discourages a man from evil. Our individual embracement are feeling ashamed by doing the big action. Ottappa, it means terror of unlawful activities. A reduction from bitterness, having a tender consciousness, or a feeling of social shame, social fear at the time of doing something antisocial. These two words, Hiri and Ottappa, defend you from bitterness, keeping theatre on son from wrongdoing with the mothers, as well as on mother committing wrongdoing with sisters. Both are considered as two great protectors of the bird. Lokpal Dhamma, defending you from bitterness. Therefore, both are pure and healthy ideals. They are also known as Sukh Dhamma. The two Dhamma maintain a human being in ethical disciplines and ethical self-control that differentiate them from animals. While moral embarrassment and moral terror are wholesome mental factors, they also are false ones. The embarrassment or terror to do evil deeds and abstinence from evil action is due to true Hiri and true Ottappa. Buddhist teaching also emphasize two types of training that should be given to the human being. This training gives the scientific approach to rectification crimes and becomes birthy ones. These trainings are of two types: physical training and mental training. First type of training in Buddhism is the training of the body, which develop a conducive environment through proper moral and social conducts, which grow a friendly relationship that is based on social justice. The second type of training in Buddhism is the mental training, and this is the best and ultimate state of human development in Buddhism. wherein each person has the seed of development and insight in his or her mind. This mental training would be in an enhanced stage of contentment and liberation. Punishment in the rules of benefit. The Binay summarizes a system of consequence and remedial measures that are proposed to preserve discipline and maintain the sacred growth of the monastic community. These rules of punishment are designed to address various offenses committed by monastic. The Binay categorize offenses into different classes. I am going to conclude, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Buddhism emphasizes on non-violence and peaceful coexistence can offer valuable insight for conflict resolution in the modern world. Methods like meditation, mindfulness, and compassionate communication promoted by Buddhism can help individuals and society manage conflict without restoring to violence. Buddhism emphasizes individual responsibility for action and their consequences. This principle can align with the contemporary discussion around accountability and personal responsibility within the legal and social frameworks. While the direct application of the Buddhist justice system in modern legal context might be challenging, its underlying principle can certainly contribute to discussion on creating a more compassionate, equitable, and ethical society. Lastly, we can say that integrating this principle into various aspects of law, policy making, conflict resolution, and personal behavior can potentially lead to positive transformation in the modern era. I am grateful to the organizer for inviting me to this prestigious international webinar. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Amal, please go.
If I may now move on to the valedictory session, please, and invite Venerable Bogada, Most Venerable Bogada Sila Vimala, to kindly perform some brief chanting, if it's possible, please, Bhante, and provide your valedictory address to the conference.
Thank you very much, Amal. Most Venerable Pelavati Sivali, the General Secretary of the Buddhist Society India, and Venerable Mahasangha, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars, distinguished guests, and participants from around the world, around the globe. Namo Buddhaya. As we stand on the threshold of these closing moments of the profound two-day international webinar on Buddhist jurisprudence, community restorative justice, organized by the Mahabodhi Society of India, the depth of gratitude and enrichment within me is profound. Over the past 2 days, we have collectively embarked on a journey of exploration into the heart of Buddhist jurisprudence. This jurisprudence, guided by the wisdom of compassion, not only seeks justice for the individual, but aspires toward the harmony of the entire world. Our conference has been a symposium of intellect, a convergence of diverse perspectives, and a celebration of the universal values that underpin Buddhist principles. The virtual platform has served as a conduit to transcend geographical boundaries, enable us to connect with distinguished guests from various parts of the world. We have fostered a global dialogue on justice, compassion, and the practical application of Buddhist wisdom within our legal system. As the core of our discussion resonates, the profound theme encapsulated in words Guided by the wisdom of compassion, Buddhist jurisprudence seeks justice not merely for the individual but for the harmony of the entire world. These words echo the essence of jurisprudence that transcends the confine of the courtroom, extending its reach into the very fabric of society with an aspiration to promote harmony beyond borders, cultures, and ideologies. We have been honored to hear from distinguished speakers illuminating various facets of Buddhist jurisprudence throughout the conference. Each presentation has contributed to a richer and more comprehensive understanding of how Buddhist principles intersect with the pursuit of justice, from delving into historical contexts to exploring practical application. The focal point of our discussions, the concept of community restorative justice, underscores the transformative potential of compassion and mindfulness. It issues a compelling call to move beyond punitive measures, recognizing the interconnectedness of individuals within a community and seeking restoration, healing, and reconciliation. As we extend our reflection beyond the initial time constraints, let us delve further into the discussion significance. Buddhist jurisprudence, with its emphasis on compassion and mindfulness, offers us not merely a theoretical framework, but a practical guide for navigating the complexities of our contemporary world. In world marred by conflict, inequality, and environmental challenges, the teaching of this conference are a beacon of light, pointing towards a path of justice rooted in understanding, empathy, and interconnectedness. The philosophy of community restorative justice provides a transformative blueprint for societal renewal, urging us to embrace restoration and reconciliation as central tenets of our legal system. In conclusion, I express my deepest gratitude to the Mahabodhi Society of India for orchestrating this intellectual symphony. I appreciate the distinguished speakers for sharing their insight and contributing to the depth of our discussion. May the wisdom gleaned from this conference resonate in our academic and professional spheres and the broader landscape of our lives and communities. Let the spirit of Buddhist jurisprudence guide us towards a world where justice is synonymous with compassion, and where the harmony of the entire world become a shared responsibility and a collective aspiration. Thank you, and may the blessings of the Buddha illuminate our continued journey towards justice, compassion, and global harmony. Namo Buddhaya. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Rakantu Sabba Devata. Sabba Buddhanubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Rakantu Sabba Devata. Sabba Dhammanubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Rakantu Sabba Devata. Sabba Sanganubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te. Thank you for inviting.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you so much, Venerable Bogota Sila Vimala. I'd like to briefly, well, Ujjwal, I'm not sure whether you want to have Professor Saha to speak now,
Saha,
or
yeah, Professor Saha is here. So, or shall we go for, I think, 10 minutes for question answer session, and then we will invite Professor Saha
Thank you. Thank you.
for his remarks.
Sure.
Saha is the very senior professor and vice chancellor, former vice chancellor. So it would be better that he should give his remarks after the question answer session and everything. So we should proceed for the Q&A session, and for 10 minutes or 15 minutes like that. So please go ahead.
Okay, indeed. So if I could now ask the previous speakers, please. So if I could ask Advocate Venkatesan, Colonel Nalin Herat, Latisha Ramanayaka, Prashanta Lal Dialvis, to kindly switch on your videos. I'd like to, I think, first ask a general question. I think one of the common themes that came out of some of the presentations today were the Angulimala narrative from the Buddhist text, and also the concept of reconciliation after conflict. So perhaps if we could just have some thoughts from the panel of speakers on how we can bring the story of Angulimala to life in the modern era, and implement some of those key moments in the text to help reconciliation and heal some of the conflicts that we are facing in the world today.
May I?
Please, Hoon, yes, if you could start.
The issue of reconciliation is basically the question of repairing the mind frame of those that enter into conflict. But we have to be realistic in one regard. Many of the conflicts that we have today in the world and that we have had in the past somehow connect to religion. And this is why Buddhism is so important, because we transcend the concept of religion in the traditional sense. But there have been in the past, especially during the Second World War, in Europe primarily, a heavy presence of Buddhists in the war, in proclaiming the war, defending it, and so forth. There are many studies that have been published in these regards. And so my understanding is that if we truly speak of reconciliation and repairing, we need to begin looking within the system within which we practice. To what extent we are not only non-violent, but perhaps even pacifist. To what extent we accept the principles that attachment, greed, and all that are connected to a particular social system, and therefore to become engaged, Buddhist engagement in the reparation of the root causes before conflict arises. Because if we come all the time to repair what is broken, we have no guarantee that something will not break again in the future. And therefore, I brought up the philosopher Martin Buber, speaking of repairing our way of relationships with one another and with nature. So I would urge all of us to think about working toward the root causes. And that way, we have a much better chance in the future of not just repairing, but avoiding conflict from erupting around the world.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think the approach has to be into twofold. I will share first experience. I am involved with Sati Pasala by Udairiyagama Damajiva Thero of Mitrigala. I am actually in charge of Sati Sarasavya and Sati Armed Forces or Sati Hamuda. And what we are trying to do is bring mindfulness into people. Now, this is secular. We have got it secular because we are working on Sati Matra. Just bear attention. Pay attention. So, moment we found that it is secular, it is now in other non-Buddhist schools as well. We find if you go to our webpage, you could see it is catching up. And the Honorable Minister of Education in Sri Lanka has said that before every period, 5 minutes, you have to have bare attention, satya, mindfulness. So when you are a mindful person, you know your mind, like what I mentioned, all sutras, all that come into place if you are a Buddhist, but even to a non-Buddhist, this is working. So still, I have not gone to Sati Hamuda or Sati Army for that matter, but we have worked on the Sati Sarasavya or Sati University, and we are getting amazing results. So of people who are stressed, who are having issues sorted out simply because they are mindfulness. So please go and see the webpage of mindfulness, Sati Pasala we call it. You would see this concept that was started by Udairiyagama Dhammajiva Thero. Second, myself and Colonel Nalin very interestingly was involved with two seminars organized by the International Committee of Red Cross. Now, they were trying to find Buddhist philosophy as to war. Now, we being, as Dr. pointed out, who had pointed out, we are a pacifist religion. So how can we connect this? And we have had a conference in Damulla in Sri Lanka and subsequently last December in Chiang Mai. Now, my paper was presented very interestingly was about mind element of a Buddhist soldier. So I can share that with all of you. So it is very interesting. Even in conflict, we found with the experience of Thai soldiers and so many other soldiers, how Buddhism has been brought in to the armed forces. Major Colonel Nalin, please give any input there. And that was amazing experience. Still we are discovering. And if you go to ICRC webpage, all our papers are there about war or international humanitarian law and Buddhist philosophy. So I think we are, with these two examples, I think we can penetrate, but we should not say it is a Buddhist principles or impose that. But naturally in the international humanitarian law area, we have said it is Buddhist principles, but in the Satipasa, the concept, we are making it absolutely secular because we are only concentrating on bare attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you,
So,
Prashant. And if I could invite Colonel Nalin Herath to say a few words, please.
yes, sir. And as Presidential Council Prashant Lal is explained, sir, during when the conflict was going on, so what we did, especially, we used to get down Buddhist monks, not only the Buddhist monks, even some other fathers, and we used to get them down. And especially Buddhist monks, they used to preach and they used to uh, uh, talk to soldiers and the officers, and especially they tried to motivate the soldier by saying that you are fighting for a good cause. You are fighting for a good cause. That is, good cause is to achieve the peace. To achieve the peace. And in the meantime, they always guided officers and soldiers to abide by the law, whatever the international humanitarian law. In the meantime, abide by the Buddhist principles. And with that, I think most of the we as soldiers, we were motivated by Buddhist monks, and especially what I experienced, the out of these Buddhist monks, they used to bring out a lot of old stories related to kings of this India, and that stories of the kings when Lord Buddha was there, and how the kings maintain their army, the military army. So as the Buddhists, the Lord Buddha has endorsed having an army and maintaining an army for the king to protect the state from the external threats. So that is the endorsement given by Lord Buddha, according to my knowledge. And Lord Buddha endorsed to maintain the army for the kings. So likewise, all these monks, they brought lot of stories, and how different kings and different generals, how they fought the battles, how they fought the justo, even the injustice warfare also they used to bring out. And with that, they used to bring out, and they used to make the soldiers understand. So even if you behave as a good soldier during the conflict, and later on the subsequently we can achieve the better repercussions and not the bad results, bad consequences. So this is how the soldiers were motivated, and that's how that incident happened, which I explained during my presentation, that one day we actually received 80,000 numbers of civilians from the rebel areas where we had not planned, and we had not planned to provide food and accommodation for them. But most of the soldiers, they, let's say, they gifted or they gave willingly their packet of meals to these civilians without getting any command from the military hierarchy or superiors. So I think that is the outcome what we got as soldiers. So this is what I can say. And in the meantime, now we can say, even if we see the conflict in Gaza now, after the moment both the Israel and the Hamas organization, the moment they reach for the truce or ceasefire, now within these 2 days, we can see how both parties are trying to create time to open up some kind of dialogue, further dialogue. Now the discussion is going to whether we can increase or whether we can continue with the ceasefire. And some parties are talking about the permanent ceasefire. And Israel military allowed all the fuel trucks and the 120 trucks of aid to enter Gaza. So this is how these actions can be change the situations, the volatile situations, and the exchange of captives from both the sides. So I think this is what we can learn, and this is what we can see the development in these conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Nalin.
Thank you, sir.
If I could kindly ask Advocate Venkatesan and Latisha also to make some comments, please.
May I say, first of all, we have to engage the Buddhism in civil society. That is very necessary here. The Indian context is concerned. Recently, the Indian laws has been, more specifically, civil law has been amended in respect to bring about the mandatory mediation, and also in respect to the family cases concerned, there are repairing the mandatory conciliation process. And apart from the criminal law is only untouched, we ought to encourage the first of all Buddhism in all sphere of the society. We ought to first of all put into practice the civil society. That is very necessary here. That is my one of the fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Latisha, if you could you gave a very involved and comprehensive presentation, and it ties in with a lot of the things that the other presentations have also spoken about. Perhaps you'd like to conclude this brief discussion and then we'll move on.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. According to my perspective, harnessing restorative justice for reconciliation, a vote on society in Sri Lanka, which is now prevailing. And I am also living in that society. So catalyzing social transformation is a must. And also, I would like to state that we have to think of the pragmatic sense, how we can do it. It is true that we have done a lot of researches, and a lot of researchers have embarked on various dimensions of this aspect, but practicality is the issue. Sometimes it may be in the hands of the policyholders, it may be in the hands of the politicians, it may be in the hands of lawmakers. Whatever it is, we have to think of the practicality. We have found these things, and we have given this insight to the society. And what we need is how far these things are practical and how can we implement them. And for that, I think everyone needs the kind assistance from the prevailing incumbent government, as well as some international organizations. Then I think it will be possible. Sometimes it may be not possible. If it is not possible, we have to again find how we can how else we can implement them, and so that our research work is the kind of seeds that we are going to cultivate. But the implementation segment is the most important part, so that I think everyone of us have our part and parcel of implementing this restoration. I think restoration, justice for reconciliation, a vote on society. I think that is what I have to state at the end of my presentation. Back over to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Prashanta,
please.
Yeah, may I make a proposal from this? Just a thought came to me that now India proposed that to the UN there is a yoga day. So can't we all Buddhist? Because like what she said, we are doing Satipasala even in Jaffna, very successful. We have connected because it's bare attention. So can't we Buddhist organization all, including Mahabodhi Society of England, Britain, India, all get together and propose that we have a mindful day? Can it come from this conference?
It's certainly something that, thank you, Prashant. I think that's certainly something that we can try to move forward and bring it to fruition. Yes, I would certainly like to move along those lines. Thank you. Ujwal, could you take over now, please?
Yes. Thank you, Amal. Now we are proceeding, to close the session. So we are reaching for some special remarks by some senior professor from India. And we have today with us Professor S.C. Saha, who was a former Vice Chancellor of Assam University, very senior scholar and a pious Buddhist. So I would like to request Professor Saha to give his remarks on the Buddhist jurisprudence. Sir, what do you?
I think he needs to unmute.
Yeah, Professor Saha, please unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Ujjwal Kumar, and good afternoon to all the learned scholars. unfortunately, I could not be present in the yesterday's proceedings. So, but today, what I heard in this brief period of time, really, I feel that in a way, Buddha is still alive. And I remember when Buddha went for Mahaparinirvana, disciples cried. But he told them, you need not cry, because my teachings are there. So I'm just fresh from a visit to Lumbini and Kushinagar. I could feel there this auspicious, moving presence. I won't say the spirit of Buddha, but Buddha himself. I stayed in Mahavadi Society Temple Guest House. I wrote back to Venerable P. Shioli Thero that it seems I'm in heaven. This also at the beginning, I mentioned that I've been attending and speaking on the webinar for the last few months on the Purnima days every month. You see what happens. I'm just expressing my feelings. When I am wound up with books on Buddha and Buddhism, I feel that scholars are there who are making intellectual and academic assessment of the impact of Buddhism around the world. But, I also feel that, around my house or in the city of Kolkata, where I stay, where are the marks of that impact? People are bullying each other. I'm not, I'm not referring to any leader, but so much bad language, which is in contrast to Buddha's teaching in the Eightfold Path, right speech. And when I see, not only in India, but also in Europe and other places, one country is invading another country, as if the words of Jesus Christ, because I mentioned Jesus Christ because the European countries mostly are Christian, where is the teachings of this prophet gone? So I return to Buddha, and then I think on the Tripitakas, which recorded his teachings. And I feel that why people have lost the track of these noble sayings, noble rules that Buddha gave to us. He gave these rules to us, I feel, only to lead a good life. But why there is this way shown by him, but why people go away from them and just do the opposite? And as I was involved with the administration of the universities, I was the vice chancellor of three universities. I feel that all the teachings of Buddha, which are nothing but rules for leading a good life. Leading a life where there are compassion, loving kindness, fellow feeling, controlling of our emotional and other desires, which cause dukkha. So whether the proper enlightenment is still there. And that's why I feel, because there is this august gathering of mostly scholars and academics, that the teachings of Buddha, their organizations also, so like Buddhist Society of India, which is doing such a good work now, all his teachings in different ways should be instilled in the minds of the students of different institutions. And these rules only make us conscious of how to lead a good life on this earth before we close our eyes, finally. So this is imperative, I think, to have a change in this world system of violence, massacre, murder, and all sorts of, I would say, diseases that prevail in the world. Someone may say that these diseases are only with some people, certain people. But certain people, some people, or one, rotten egg can spoil the goodness of our civilization, our society. It is the teachings of Buddha which can save us from the sorrows and sufferings. And that's why these teachings, all organizations, these Buddhist organizations, should make an effort to give them in popular ways, so that all people, as Buddha wanted, and that's why he did not give his teachings in Sanskrit, which was Devavata. All students, all members of the community, and all organizations, I would even say the members of the parliament, members of the legislative assemblies, and the students of law, they should be acquainted with the teachings of a prophet, Indian prophet, whom Rabindranath Tagore, a universalist personality, in 1935 at Mohammadi Society in Calcutta, Dharmarajika Chaitya Vihara, on the occasion of Buddha Purnima, he said he declared Buddha as the greatest man ever born on the earth. So his teachings should be not only confined to a few academics who are studying Buddhist and Pali subjects. And what he said and wanted, that the entire society, right from the king to the lowest caste person, should learn, and this is open to all. Whether it's a prostitute or a barber or a king, all that time, when he was alive, became the followers of Buddha, because it was a liberating force. It is a force that can metamorphose the society from what it is to the ideal society that Buddha gave us the vision. I was struck by the word implementation mentioned by one of the speakers just now. Let us take a vow, as Anagarika Dharmapala, when he sat at the diamond throne in Bodh Gaya, seeing the ruins of the temple, he took a promise that he will give his entire life, he will struggle to restore Buddha's teachings and the Buddha's sites. So all of us who are educationists, we are called educators. Let us undertake this promise that we will spread the teachings of Buddha in the army, in the commercial houses, in this multinational companies, in the kindergarten schools, and all the institutions that are there. It is not that the people will not accept. People all over India and in myriad countries of Asia accepted, and they followed the principles of life that Buddha taught us. If that was possible at that time, just because atomic and these atoms and hydrogen bombs and the rockets, all these have been invented, it doesn't mean that Buddha's teachings cannot be practiced. They can be practiced. I find them. Actually, I'm not, like you, a Buddhist scholar. I was a professor of English, and of course, I was also a professor of management and law. But I find, after my retirement, when I study Buddha, that if I were the VC now, I would have gone to the UGC and the MHRD, with whom I had contact so often, that think about this, that it is just giving some moral lessons to the students, as it is done mostly these Christian schools and colleges. It will not have any effect. Buddha's principles are very simple and straightforward. Everybody can understand. Mine is a Hindu family, but all the members of my family are devotees of Buddha, because Buddha gave us peace, give us the right teachings. So I'll urge all of you, and I'm very happy that our Venerable Sri Thero has been organizing such national and international webinars so that Buddha's sayings can be spread. But let us not confine the issues only on the intellectual level and analyze the theories and not go to the, of course, I was very happy to learn from the Colonel and Mr. Lewis that some of the teachings of Buddha were told about in the army, and it has made an impact. But let us not make solitary attempts. Let it be a universal attempt. And we have got international conferences, such big conferences, where people from all over the world come and gather. It is not only a preacher or a monk who will spread the knowledge of the teachings of Buddha. Let us, all of us who study, are impressed and moved and inspired by the teachings of Buddha, and his teachings are all rules for living a good life.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, perhaps I've exceeded my time. Let us all think about it, and I am grateful that the Mahabuddhist Society has put me marginally in this conference to express my feelings. I perhaps talked a little bit more because I am retired. I don't have power to implement, but I'm doing it in my own way. Thank you. Thanks to all of you and the chairman. And this morning, yesterday I was seeing on the YouTube about a conference on mindfulness in British Buddhist Association, and I'm happy that we are able to see you here. Thank you very much. Namo.
We are very grateful to have you here. Amal, now we are going to invite the President of Mahabodhi Society of India, Dr. Mahendra Singh Ji, a former bureaucrat and a pious Buddhist, for his presidential remarks. So we are very happy to have you, sir, here in this platform.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome you, sir, for your remarks. Please.
First of all, I pay my respectful homage to the Lord Buddha and all the previous Buddhas from Kashyap Buddha to Tanahankar Buddha, with the prayer to bless all of us with the dawn of wisdom and happy life, in the sense of we should know the path of the Buddha. Secondly, I pay my prostrate salutation to Venerable Anagarik Dharampal Ji, who founded this society to disseminate and propagate the teachings of the Buddha in every nook and corner of the world. And we are determined and endowed to fulfill his mission. And thirdly, I pay my first prostate solution to Venerable P. Shivli Theroj, the Venerable General Secretary of the Mahabodhi Society of India. And as our several erudite speakers spoke about him, since he came into the charge of the Mahabodhi Society of India, he changed the face of the Mahabodhi Society of India, and he streamlined the Vinay and the all things in the society. And as our host, Dr. Ujjwal Kumar, is very closely related to him, knows well that his only concern is to put Dhamma into practice in the Mahabodhi Society of India and all in the country. So I pay him great regard. And thirdly, next, I pay my highest regard to the distinguished and erudite speakers who are giving their full time to put their papers on the jurisprudence, Buddhist jurisprudence and restorative justice. And I am very happy to hear and learn from them. And they put their paper in a very exhaustive manner, which shows their interest and labor they did in their work and are they doing in their life, because they are somewhere or anyway engaged or practicing the Buddhist studies in their daily life or occupation and profession as well. And Dr. Ujjwal Kumar is my younger brother. I love him very much. And he's so obedient and so and caretaking that such a person are hard to find. And he never speaks in the harsh tone, and he never offend anybody since I am in his contact. I pray Lord Buddha to bestow blessings on him to contribute the society like this opportunity in the future also. And much has been said, much has been heard, addressed by the distinct scholars from home and abroad. I again salute them for their proficiency in the knowledge of the Buddhism, and my sister Lathisa Jengi, who gave her address yesterday and today also, and all the others. And there is no comparison. The Buddha said the cause of the rift and tension in the world is the comparison. Where there is a comparison, there is a superiority, inferiority. And one thinks other lower and himself higher. We are all equal. And difference is only this: one is standing in the highest rank, and of the other is the lowest rung of the ladder. That means the path of the Buddha towards the achievement of that goal. Jurisprudence, restorative justice, very interesting subject. Thank you, Dr. Ujjwal, to put this theme. And what? If I say the essence of this conference or seminar has been described in the very empathetic word of our honorable Dr. Professor Saha. He put his heart out and his feeling of agony regarding the absence of Buddhism and the sense of Buddhism in the world. So, restorative justice. I can ask, I can say with candidly that I am not diminishing or denigrating any religion, neither casting any aspersion on their on the quality or qualifications, because in the Sutta Nipath Chulve Husut, Buddha said, whoever criticizes others' religion, I treat him just like a brute animal. So high was the compassionate attitude of the Buddha towards the whole humanity. Though he knew well who is wrong and right, despite he never let them feel that he is undermining us or underestimating us. He knew well, very well, his fate, but he never despised, not even a bit. So I can say in a word, the complete jurisprudence or juridical order is only set up by the Buddha, which the world today, after 2600 almost years after his departure, they are putting in the piecemeal his teachings or his path, just like Human Rights Commission, at the country level, international level. But their selective approach, whichever suits to them. The big fish is eating the small fish. So it is not the restorative justice. It is selective justice. And everybody knows well that Buddha was the only person to have the compassion and human values supermost. But again I say, we are selective. A question arises. In the Buddha Sasana, nothing has been left. It is not the Buddha, the omniscient Buddha, who knows well, the great healer, the greatest doctor, the greatest politician, economist, and a friend and a teacher, whatever title you award are short in number in comparison to the knowledge and the aura of the Buddha. Buddha Sasana in the Milind Panno, Bhante Nag Sen told King Milind regarding the Buddha Sasana. And Vinay Pitak, there is a code for the conduct of the bhikkhus. Sutta Pitak for all, Abhidham Pitak for arhants. Buddha Sasana. Sasana means administration. He ruled the world without being a ruler. He handled the world without any handle. He punished the guilty without any active punishment. So we cannot summarize Buddha in 1 or 2 days or centuries. But it is more than enough that we are standing on this platform today. And it is a clarion call for all of us to awake from the long slumber of the ignorance. So I ask one question. Generally, I speak wherever I go in the seminar or debate. Restorative justice. Had there not been Buddha in the law, Could there be any person other than Buddha who could give restorative justice to Angulimala? Several times referred here since yesterday. Angulimal, Alvak, the demon, Angulimal, the serial killer. It is a different thing that who made him serial killer. I am not going to go in the polemics of that. But Alvak, the demon, Sunit, the scavenger, Ambapali, the courtesan of Vaisali, Kisa Gotami, grief-stricken lady, Patachara, who lost her whole family, in-laws and the parents. Prakriti, the Chandal girl, and on the other side, Visakha, the richest lady, and the Khema, the most beauty of the continent at that time, full of pride of her beauty, and Uppalvarna. So, had there been no Buddha, could they get the restorative justice? Blatant reply is no. Restorative justice. And it is amazing that on certain occasion, he did not preach any sermon. In the case of the Angulimal, he did not preach him. He only said two things. I have stopped. When you will stop? Angulimal said, explain. I could not understand. He said, I have stopped from doing all these evil deeds since several cup ago. When will you stop? Moreover, he asked him to pluck a leaves from a branch. He plucked the leaves and he said again, unite this again there. How could it be possible? Angulimal said. He said, when you cannot rejoin the severed leaf from the branch, how could you restore the life of those you brutally killed? Then the rage which used to emanate from his body fell on the Angulimal and he got quite calm, just like a chilled water. In the case of Kisa Gotami, he did not preach Kisa. Grief-stricken, not in the sound health, mental sound health. What he said to Kisa Gotami, you all know, but I am underlining restorative justice and metta, karuna, mudita, the highest degree of these Brahmvihar. What he said to Kisa Gotami, bring a pinchful mustard grains so that I can revive your dead son. When she started to go, he stopped her and instructed, bring the mustard from such a house where there has been no death. What is the message? And what happened? Miracle happened after that. She came calm and quiet. Who was lamenting, crying, and beating her chest in the grief of the death of her son. She got calm and understood the phenomena and understood the natural law of the world. Arising, staying, and dissolving. She got Bhikkhuni after that. So many things, so many examples. Buddha Sasana, restorative justice, jurisprudence, complete in all sense. Complete in all sense. May it be the human life. May it be the animal life, or the birds at aquatic, sky, earth, even the environment. At that time, there was a more forest than husbandry. There were more wildlife than the human life. But at that time, what Buddha said, don't pluck the branch, don't cut the branch, even for to make the toothbrush to the monks. Why? Buddha knew well. We are surviving because of the oxygen emanating from the vegetations. If there is no vegetation, the whole world will die instantly. This is the Buddha Sasana. Complete in also, may it be animate, inanimate. And he had his monks, Sariputra, the commander of the religion, wisdom in wisdom, Mahamoglan, the commander of the Idhibal, and Mahakasyap, the greatest austerity life, and the Pindpatik, and Upali, who enunciated the Vinayas, and Anuruddha, who could read the mind of others. He declared that the Buddha had passed away. So, I will not speak much. I was outlining the jurisprudence of the Buddha, which is complete in itself. Nothing is more nor less. What is the quality of a Buddha? Why did Buddha maintain reticence and silence on some such questions? Just like when I was born first in this cycle of the existence, he kept quiet. When this earth came into existence, he kept quiet. He said, these are the questions which are of no use. Futile exercise. If anybody, for the sake to convince to you, to anybody or me, say that you came in this existence since so and so many cups or centuries, what is the use for me? Will my suffering come to an end by hearing that? No. What Buddha said? One thing only do I teach, sorrow and the deliverance from sorrow. Second, he said, as the ocean is pervaded with but one savor or flavor, that of salt, so my message is pervaded with the only one flavor, that of deliverance from sorrow. So, the Buddhist jurisprudence and restorative justice is, I can say with confidence and undauntedly, it is only in the teachings of the Buddha. Nowhere else. I'm not comparing or undermining the other systems of the world, but one can feel it. So, on this occasion, I'm very happy, and happy word is the very short for the efforts done by the Bhante Sivli and Dr. Ujjwal Kumar and all our distinguished guests, speakers, or scholars who took part from every corner of the world to make the event successful. I again congratulate them, welcome them in this platform, and convey my good wishes to all for their healthy and long life. So, I convey my regards to all. Namo Buddhaya to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mahen Singh ji, for your nice words and appreciation. And even you have almost given the vote of thanks to all the participants and organizers. But formally, now we are very close to the today's enlightening seminar. So before going to the Buddha chanting, I would like to offer the vote of thanks to all the participants and this on the behalf of the society, MBSI India, and the Mahabodhi Society, British Mahabodhi Society. So as we draw to a close this insightful and enlightening 2 days international webinar on Buddhist jurisprudence, organized by the MBSI India jointly with British Mahabodhi Society. It is with deep gratitude and immense appreciation that I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. We are profoundly grateful to our esteemed speakers for their scholarly contributions, profound insights, and invaluable knowledge shared during this webinar. Your expertise and dedication have illuminated the discussions, broadened our perspectives, and enriched our understanding of the intersections between Buddhist jurisprudence and community restorative justice. Our sincere appreciation also goes to each participant who joined us from various parts of the world. Your active engagement, thought-provoking questions, and enthusiasm have added immeasurable value to the discussion, making this event a truly collaborative and enriching experience. A special word of thanks I would like to say to Mr. Amal and Dr. Pereira, and everyone involved in the planning and execution of this webinar. Your tireless efforts, attention to detail, and commitment have been instrumental in ensuring the success of this event. We extend our gratitude to the Mahabodhi Society of India and British Mahabodhi Society London for their vision, support, and unwavering commitment to promoting Buddhist values of peace, justice, and harmony through forums like this webinar. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge gained and insights shared during these enlightening sessions to foster positive change in our respective spheres. With these words, now I'd like to request Venerable Karma Rakitji for the auspicious chanting so that you should close this session. And with this, words, I also like to inform to all the participants that our most venerable P.C. Theology Secretary Mahabodhi Society of India is busy due to his cultural and religious ceremonies and schedule. That's why he officially unable to join us in this platform, but his blessings are always with us, and we are very thankful to him for this opportunity and giving us the platform for discussion of on this topic. Now we can go for the chanting, and then officially we will close this.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Bahung sasamabini mitasayudanta giri mikalayudita gorang sase namarang Dana de Dhamma Vidina Jitava Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Maratire Kamabiyo Jita Sabarate Gurapana Lavakamang Kamata Dayangkang Kanti Sudanta Vidinang Jitava Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Nalagiri Gajavarang Atimatambotang Davaggi Sakamasanewang Sudarunantang Metambuse Kabidinang Jitava Munindo Tante Jasa Bhavatu Te Jaya Mangalani Etena Satchavajjena Sottite Hotu Sabbadang Etena Satchavajjena Sabbadukka Vinasato Etena Satchavajjena Hotu Te Jaya Mangala Sadhu Sadhu Sadhu.
Well, many thanks for your blessings and this chanting. Amal, would you like to say a few words before closing?
Thank you very much, Ujjwal. There's really not much I can add to everything that has already been said. I would like to thank all the speakers again, and thank all the audiences who have joined from around the world. Without an audience, I think this event wouldn't have been as successful as it has. And I would hope that we can stay connected in the coming days and months ahead, so that some of the thoughts and the that have been expressed by the speakers and by some members of the audience can be put into some kind of action as well. I'd like to thank Venerable Bogada Sila Vimala for his participation today and in blessing this this conference and his very kind words. And also to the Mahabodhi Society of India and Venerable Sivali for spearheading this conference on Buddhism and Pali, which I think has been going on every year. And as far as the British Mahabodhi Society is concerned, we would like to continue our collaboration with the Mahabodhi Society of India. And we can hope that we can continue next year on a similar vein. Thank you, Ujjwal, for your very kind words and for your great efforts in putting this together. Thank you.
So with the permission of my president, Dr. Mahen Singh Ji, officially we are going to close this session, sir.
Okay.
And we hope that soon we will meet again. And we are really glad that we successfully conducted this webinar. And the participants and speakers from around the globe, from USA, from Britain, from Canada, and many parts of the world, from Sri Lanka, people joined this conference. So we hope we will meet together again physically sometime in both Gaya or in Sarnath, or we will do something good for the humanity together. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
I also congratulate again all our distinguished guests, scholars from all over the world, on behalf of the Mahabodhi Society of India, the president of Mahabodhi Society of India. And just like Amalji told that we will meet again, but we can meet again before the duration of 1 year. We will try so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Amal. Thank you, everyone. Keep in touch and we'll do together something good. Thank you.